Extra 30 minutes.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another Banco Casino final table. Recently we have brought you coverage of the Poker Code Festival as well as the festival. And today we've got the final table of the Hendonmob Championship. €250 buy-in, 150,000 euro guarantee, and some familiar faces across the table. We'll be getting into the info on them shortly. So I'm joined by co-commentator Leo Worthington-Lees. How are you, my friend?
I'm good. How are you?
Lovely, lovely. Yeah, I can't
to
complain.
be here.
Absolutely. And in seat 1, you can see there is a good friend of mine, actually, Jakub Janosowski. Slovakian, PLO regular, plays also online tournaments for Hold'em and PLO. Nice to see him. He's the chip leader with 20.3 million chips, joint in chips with Yanis Vogiakatsoglu. You have a go at that. Vogiakatsoglu.
Yep.
I
don't think I can improve on that score.
7. And I've also got some international faces as well. Muto Katsushiro. Katsushiro, it's got quite an impressive Hendonmob, 300,000 in live earnings.
Not bad at all.
Looks
Very
like he's been
respectable.
touring the Asian
he loves
circuit
it,
pre-COVID.
I mean, his top 15 tournaments on there are like all different countries. So.
Yeah, that kind of looks like ours back in the day before the pandemic. But yeah, some great scores there. Lots of between 1 and 10k scores, sort of touring the live mid to low stakes circuit.
He had one big score at some stage, didn't he? I think what was his biggest score?
That one there.
$40,000 one there, 2k,
Yeah.
second in a Unibet Open.
Yeah, in Bucharest.
High roller.
Looks like he's hunting the live value.
12k there and the 1k. Ooh, I bet that was a tough field. Montenegro. Party poker Montenegro.
The Eurasian Poker Tour, absolutely.
I rate that.
Got a couple of wins.
16k.
Where the hell is that? Narnia.
I don't even know where that flag is.
No, I've never seen that flag before in my life.
But that must be like
an African or Asian country, some kind of.
It was Asian tour, so.
There's Jakub there, or JJ as we'll call him, as he likes to be known.
Very long Hendonmob as well, all the way back to 2012 there.
Yeah, so a decorated player from Japan in seat 5, scanning across the rest of the chip stacks.
I recognise seat 4.
Seat 4 is the Greek player, yeah.
I do recognise his face, I think.
And that must be seat 2, that's Marios Pavlo. And believe he is a Cypriot, which is where we're commentating.
Yeah, bringing you the commentary from North Cyprus.
We're currently in the Merit Casino and propped up as the internet holds up here and giving you the commentary from there. That's Josef Fabian, who is a Austrian player. Not a lot of information that we can find on him online. Might be some sort of tax dodging kind of routine going on there. And
be a cash game player, you never know, do you? Actually, maybe I don't recognise that guy. I thought he was somebody else.
Yeah, that's Yanis, the Greek. And then Muto coming up next.
Yeah.
This is the decorated player from Japan. Looks like he's got some Hendonmob clobber on there, so it might have been something to do with winning.
Flag Hunter.
Yeah, Flag Hunter, and it's, I mean, the Hendonmob that he's got.
Hills of Japan.
Definitely, yeah. Interesting to see that what sort of standard he's bringing to the table. There are a couple of actually pretty tough guys that have sort of quit their jobs and just travel around touring the circuit. That's Dmitry Shubin. He's a live PLO and Hold'em cash game / tournament player. He's actually been putting a lot of work in on his game, and he's improved over the last few years. He works in property and has a full-time job as well alongside poker. Pretty tough recreational, I would say. Seat 7 is Jürgen Schoner, and this is Tamas Sandor, which I can only imagine is a Hungarian name.
Yeah, short stack.
Yeah.
What are the blinds? Any idea?
We will get to that shortly. Let's have a look at the live updates we can see. So open to 425. So yeah, probably around 200k. We're probably looking at a 250k big blind now, and the payouts on the screen ranging from 5k to 35k.
Nice
so
score for a 250 already, really.
Pretty flat structure, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, not.
Obviously, the top 3 gets a little bit top heavy, but
yeah.
at the moment, definitely middling stacks are going to have to be wary about wanting to enter pots.
Yes, flat payouts means heavier ICM for everybody, basically, because in a very top heavy tournament, you're much more incentivized to win, whereas in a flatter payout structure, you're much more incentivized to ladder, so therefore less incentivized to put chips in.
Absolutely.
Here we go, in the mix. So Jakob first hand picks up a nice suited ace on the button. He's obviously going to be opening this one. He's just getting a looks like he's just getting a look at the stacks. So he might have a shove here. It depends what the stacks are. Let's go back to those stack sizes. Seat 2, yeah, I mean seat 2 and seat 3 have both got 11 big blinds to seat 3 and 9 big blinds to seat 2. So I think Jakob just wants to go for a shove here. It looks like he's gone for an open. Yeah,
he's made it 3.5 million, so that's going to cover both of the remaining players.
Okay, nice, good play.
And Fabian here, he's got 3.2 million. He's got 2 shorter stacks than him, so can't be calling it off with the Queen Jack off. Yes, you are going to dominate some of the hands that Jakob's going to shove. He's definitely going to shove a hand like Queen 8 suited here, but it doesn't really matter because the collision for you is just a little bit too costly.
Yeah, doubling up's not really worth as much as busting is bad. If he doubles up, he's still just kind of in the same spot as he was before. He doesn't actually move anywhere in the rankings. You can see if he doubles up to 6.4 million, he's still
right in the pack.
Chips, so it doesn't actually make any difference. But busting is obviously terrible because we can no longer win any more money.
You want to take thinner spots where the future game is better for you, and what I mean by that is if you double up, then you either become second in chips, third in chips, and you can, you know, raise first in a little bit more and just gain more chips that way. If you go from a short stack to a short / medium stack, as Leo said, just no incentive to do that. So garbage there for the Japanese man, and folds round to the hijack. Sandor, no. And Jakob there with the King 6 off. As the chip leader, who's the opening into? He's got Yanis in the big blind with 20 million, so doesn't want to be really colliding with him at all, and with a garbage hand and 2 reshove stacks behind, fine to fold that. Lovely spot for Marios here on the button, who finds himself ace-queen suited. That one's going to be piled in, and let's see what Yanis can find in the big blind. No, that's not going to be good enough.
Nothing.
No.
Yeah, out of the way. Very nice.
Imagine we're going to see a fairly slow start here to the FT. Probably a lot of raise firsts in from Jakob and Yanis. And for the rest of it, I think we're just going to see some fairly passive play, which is actually kind of correct in a final table setting anyway. Emotions on the table look pretty tense. playing for a lot of money. If you buy into a €250 tournament, you're not really expecting to be playing for 30k a couple of days later most of the time. So certainly going to be interesting to see how the players react to that and cope with the added amounts of stress. We've seen some blunders, we've seen some people play exceptionally well, and it's been a real mixed bag over the last few months of commentating on these large low-stakes tournaments. Jakob there opening it up. That looks like it must be a 500k chip. And indeed, he does open it up to 2.5x. Fabian here with the pocket fives. 2 players left to act behind him. Ooh. Oh, he's coming in for the cold call with the pocket fives off of about 14 big blinds. Wouldn't be advising this. I think you just have to make a disciplined fold, to be honest.
Hijack. Well, on the chip leader's opening, we got. Oh wait.
Button versus hijack.
Isn't he got like? Is it 250k big blind? He's got 11 bigs.
No, 200k big blind.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, 200k big blind. So yeah, coming in for cool.
Yeah. Off 11 bigs. Yeah, definitely not a play. I think versus aggressive. If we have any information from earlier in the tournament that Jakob's going to be an aggressive chip leader, then I think a shove is okay. We prefer to shove like blocker hands, but you can take these pairs. They do just have enough equity, and you have enough fold equity even with your 11 big blinds.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you say, we're just not peeling. It's just a fold or a jam for sure. Probably just to flip a coin and choose. Nice flop for Jakob. Flops the absolute joint against top pair of Muto in the big blind. So could see some action here. Well, we're definitely going to see some action here. It's going to be at least a continue for Muto in some form. I doubt he's going to be raising, so it's almost certainly just going to be a peel. And Fabian just going to be sliding his cards into the muck after
some deliberation. Where's the 5 dealer? Come on.
Yeah. And 2 chip leaders, well, 2 of the bigger stacks here. Muto with almost 70 big blinds, and Jakob with 100 big blinds there, so it's going to be they're quite deep behind. Could see some action here, especially with a kind of king or a jack. Even just a bricky run out, kind of deuce run out. You know, any of the low cards. That's not a brick at all. But it does improve Muto to a gut shot to the king high straight as well. A lot for Jakob. A lot for Jakob to get value from, and a lot to protect against as well here. Muto can have all sorts of suited combinations from the big blind. He can have all sorts of hands like 9x of spades. He can have all sorts of hands like straights with a spade. Obviously, us having the queen of spades is nice, but he can have infinite combos here of like pair plus flush draw, pair plus straight draw, 2 pair with a draw. You know, like something like 9-10 of spades obviously would be a massive hand here. And all of those hands are within Muto's range. He's going to have some sets sometimes. I think 8s and 9s are going to be in there flatted sometimes. He's likely to squeeze a hand like pocket 10s or jacks. This deep he might even elect to just flat the 10s though, so yeah, a lot. Oh, brutal run out for Jakob here. Muto does improve to the king high straight on the river. Absolute brick, and he looks like he's going for a lead here, which I don't hate, to be honest. Don't hate it at all. The
only issue is, actually no, it's not really an issue because Jakob's not going to bet ace-king 3 ways on the flop,
yeah, he doesn't really have any ace-king here apart from ace-king of spades.
Yeah.
So yeah, not a lot for Muto to be worried about here. He can obviously have like Jakob. We could be chopping with Jakob a decent amount with against the kind of king jack, king 9, king 10s, king queens. But I do like this. The only thing is you may get more value from Jakob trying to get us to fold a chop when we have a lot of when we check. We're going to have a lot of hands that are just, you know, were a pair or were 2 pair or were whatever, and we can get Jakob to just kind of stab to try and get us to fold a chop on the river.
That might think he's kind of stripped of king X.
Exactly. Yeah, it's hard for us to have that much king X unless we had king X with a flush draw. Which I guess there are actually a decent amount of combos with, so I'm indifferent to that. I think going for a lead for value against kind of recreational heavy field is going to be a decent play. People are probably just going to pay it off for a chop too often there. So a nice play there for Muto. Takes a few chips off the chip leader. So we've got a couple of stacks bunched up at the top there.
And I think in Jakob's spot there, it's tough to think that someone who is covered in chips is going to is going to bluff in that line.
Yeah, just going to try and get stuff out of chop. It doesn't really make very much sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I like that fold. Very disciplined laydown.
Yeah, he's
Brutal
a solid player.
Yeah, very brutal run out there.
Mm-hmm.
My friend Frank just sent me a picture from a room in Vegas, and he was like, "Guess where I am? Just a hotel room." I knew. I knew.
Rubbing salt into the wound almost.
Yeah, rubbing salt into the wound. But he was like, "We're slumming it here for one night, and then he's got a month at the Venetian."
Must be. So Queen Jack suited, easy shove, double blockers, and just clearly a great hand to try and steal the blinds or even go for a double up. Gets it through Dimitri as well, and in the big blind with Queen 6 off, nothing to be done there, and a nice, well-needed chip up after the peeling the pocket fives there off of the short stack. Just one of those spots where the emotions and the gravitas of the situation can kind of alter people's logical thoughts, I guess. He's like, well, I know this hand could be a jam, but I don't really want to. But I also don't really want to fold because I like my hand. So they kind of arrive in the middle at a call. But unfortunately, in this kind of situation, it does end up being the worst option just because you're not closing the action. People can squeeze behind you. People are going to know that your trapping range there, or the only strong hand you have there, is basically going to be aces. And compared to all of the hands that you might get, tempted to peel, it's going to be a very small part of that range. So,
yeah,
looking at the pocket eights under the gun here, and yeah, I think I like the
easy shove
decision to shove.
Being last in chips, or he's going to be joint last now, isn't he? I guess.
Yeah.
Josef has lost a couple of.
But he's not going to be like. He's not going to be shoving too many pairs worse than the eights, I guess.
No.
I guess maybe sixes or sevens is where you'd start.
Yeah, sixes I'd like. I'd start feeling a bit uncomfortable. Fives is like an easy fold, but eights is a pretty
is a print jam.
Yeah. We can fold a hand like eights under the gun as a kind of a middle stack with 25 bigs or something like that, because we don't have really any relevant blockers to re-jams, any relevant blockers to the chip leaders 3-betting us. We can't continue versus 3 bets.
Yeah.
This is
just too wide.
Just an easy fold for Jakob.
Yeah, he's not really thought about. One, he's still got 6 players left to act, right?
Yeah,
and
that's a major part of
with sevens, it's quite nice to call a hand like ace queen here, right? Because you block them having ace king, aces, queens behind.
Exactly.
With sevens, you're unblocking all of those hands.
And you don't dominate anything because, like you said, we're not going to be shoving really anything worse than sevens under the gun. So you just don't dominate any pairs. You're just flipping at best, and you're crushed really often. Whereas a hand like ace queen, you dominate some ace jack, some ace tens, some king queen suited, queen jack suited.
And Tamas is going to be loving this showdown. He can't imagine that he's ever good when he gets cold called by the chip leader with 6 players behind here. So
and ace queen has more equity as well against the range that does shove. When you are behind a hand like kings or queens, you have 30% equity, whereas
8 on the flop is going to help that as well. Ace on the turn seals the deal. Sorry, you were saying?
Ace queen just has a bit more equity. You have 30% against the hands where you have 3 outs, like a pair of kings, pair of queens, whereas sevens, when you're behind a hand like 9s or 10s, you just down to like 18 to 20% equity. So you just have a little bit of extra equity there with the ace queen. And like you say, just blocking hands is far more important at final tables.
Also, just not really incentivized to take a thin spot anyway, because he's going to get so many raise first ins
I'd probably
through.
fold 9s.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's not a great spot.
I might fold 9s there, to be honest. It's close. It's very, very close with 9s, but 7s is an easy fold. 8s is like where it's super, super
10s
close.
is a clear call. 9s is whatever. You just got to do it opponent-based, right? Is he shoving king 9, ace 9, queen 9 suited?
We fold 8s, though.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Slight misstep there from Jakob.
Yeah, just 2 pips too wide, I guess.
Frustrated about the queen 10 run out.
Yeah, legs twitching a little bit there.
Yeah.
Just needs to maybe calm himself down a little bit. It's a big spot for him. I know that for sure. He usually plays about a 20 ABI online,
Okay.
so you know it's easy to think, right, well I'll just knock this guy out and then I'll have even more of a chip lead. But
yeah, but we can't be too harsh. I mean, it's a
No,
250 euro,
yeah.
like very recreational tournament, so you can't really. That's the beauty of these tournaments. If we saw everybody playing well or very very well at this final table, I'd be quite frustrated, to be honest, and I'd be adding to my reasons to want to get out of poker. You know, and be like, well, what's the point in this if it's a 250 euro tournament? You know, this is the kind of stuff we should see. So very very kind of easy trap to fall into there. I think he's not alone in making that decision. A lot of people know that they would kind of call sevens there in a normal game. Even in a normal game, though, it's a bit like, do we really want to forget him with sevens?
Hello, Mr. Oliver. Well done. So my good friend of mine who plays PLO live cash games, he won the Zodiac main the other day.
Hey, I played against him online the other day.
Yeah.
I was playing like 10 cent PLO or something, and he was like, Leo? I was like, yeah. He was like, what are you doing? I was like, I'm just learning a bit of PLO, mate.
Leave me alone.
Leave me alone. Shh, don't tell anyone.
That's Joseph Fabian pumping it in for what looks like 14 bigs with ace-6 suited +2. Ooh, that's a bit wide for me.
Yeah, a bit wide. We want to have like ace-5 suited much better. Just that, again, like the equity when called. Yeah, the extra equity of being able to make a straight. No, he's just coming for an open.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, not a jam. Which
okay, that's actually not
like
a terrible idea.
It's like a 3.1x, which 3.25x.
Oh, he's gone for one of those like. Yeah, but then if someone shoves on you, you just want to fold, right?
Yeah,
so it's not really like a two shoves behind and then fold. You're just kind of wasting another big blind. Really.
Yeah, it's just a min raise if we're going to enter this hand. I think it's fine hand to open, especially as a short stack.
Definitely
like you
a good
should be definitely taking these kind of first in spots, because it's very hard for people to put pressure on you. A chip leader facing like a short stack opening off 11 bigs is quite a handicap, because you can't really 3-bet bluff.
No, you can't 3-bet bluff, and you can't ever expect that someone's going to open a hand that they're actually going to fold.
Yeah,
exactly.
For the
most part.
And even if you know those hands are in there, there's just not very much you can do about it.
No,
so it's a good open, but he's just made a bit of a blunder with the sizing there.
Yeah.
Get in there, Coxo.
Get in there, Coxo. So some Tamas fans as well in the chat. Good to have you in. Welcome aboard.
Thanks for joining us. Jack 8 suited under the gun, just going to be an easy mac, in theory. Does find its way to the mac. Nothing doing so far. 7-6 suited for Muto. Ooh, interesting. Just straight into the muck in the hijack. Very, very tight there, considering he's one of the chip leaders. That is a very easy open for me. We just have free reign to put pressure on all these short stacks. Not blocking their rejam range is not so important when you've got such a big chip lead, such a big stack, because they're just automatically pressured into being tighter. We have a very easy fold to a rejam. We just have such great equity and playability in position against one of the other big stacks who's in the big blind as well. So a missed open there by Muto, but I think in general, being as one of the bigger stacks at a final table, being quite a little bit on the tighter side is not necessarily a bad thing, because generally recreationals are going to make a few mistakes when it comes to shoves, and you're going to see a few more collisions than you are supposed to, like the 7s versus 8s there. So just kind of folding and letting these things happen around you is also a decent strategy, but generally just being the aggressive chip leader is going to win you more tournaments.
More Tommy fans as he gets the early double up. Go Jurgen, go! That's from Jurgen himself, isn't it?
The guy that's playing.
Yeah, cheering himself on, I think.
Come on, I'm the best!
So Jürgen popping it up here with the queen jack off from the cutoff. Jakob just peeling the small blind with queen jack suited. And now an easy squeeze for Pavlo, who's just going to be all in here with the jacks. Doesn't really need to pretend he's got that much of a tough decision. It's just going to be call, defend, or all in. And but kind of doing a little bit of Hollywood, just trying to sell it, maybe getting an extra couple of percentage of calls. Easy fold for queen jack offsuit, and now queen jack suited getting a rather attractive price here. He's got 2.3 million to win 6.7. Going to need around 32, 33, 34% equity, and he does call, and I don't blame him.
So what he peeled an open, did he?
He peeled a cut-off open in the small,
yeah.
and then the big blinds shoved for 13 and a half bigs.
I think he just wants to fold here. We do have like quite a nice hand, but you've got to take into account when the big blind shoves, their range is naturally much stronger than people generally 3-bet shoving from other positions.
Still going to have a lot of pairs, though.
He's going to have some pairs, yeah,
That's
but
a disaster
they also
flop
just
for
have
Jakob.
the option to peel so much that their range naturally becomes a lot stronger. They get to peel like the 6s and 7s, for example, for like a great price. Where was the open from? Middle?
Cut off.
Cut off, okay. Yeah, so he's going to probably shove like 7s plus, so it's probably not the worst call with, but we're dead on the turn.
That's rough. That's been a rough start for Jakob there, and just needs to clear himself up a little bit. Yeah, he looks a little bit down in the dumps, and I think it would be a nice time to just go for a little wonder and try and
spin a bit on the wheel,
chuck a 5 on 0 and try and gain back some of the EV that you just lost on the FT. But no, being in all seriousness, a rough start for him. He's just made a couple.
What was the stack in the cut-off?
A couple of calls.
This guy here, so
yeah,
he's got like
he had 7 million.
7 million.
Yeah.
200k big blind. Yeah, I like a 3-bet with the queen jack suited. As the chip leader, I think those hands play very, very well as a 3-bet. Great blockers to the top of their range, like the ace-queen suited, pocket jacks, pocket queens. We just get to really put the pressure on as the chip leader, especially against those middle stacks.
It's not like you're worrying about getting 4-bet, because the 4-bet range is so tight anyway.
Yeah, it's easy fold versus the 4-bet, but you just get to absolutely pile the pressure on the middle stacks when there are 3 short stacks in the game, because they are so disincentivized to put money in the pot. They're going to be looking at like ace-queen off and just being like, I guess I just have to fold.
Yeah.
Who puts cucumber in a drink, man? Off topic, but I know you.
Is that not a lime?
No, there was also cucumber, which I've taken out and thrown across the room because
tasteless.
I don't want vegetables in my drink. I want alcohol in my drink. Ace-6 off in the cut-off for Sandor, playing around 22 big blinds. Oh, blinds up now, so playing just under 20, 18 big blinds.
Yeah, he's also got Jakob on the button, who's hot under the collar and maybe ready to start 3-betting. I don't know how much you want to read into that kind of thing, but
yeah,
you know, the hand's a reasonable blocker.
Don't mind it.
Just for a late position steal only, and
yeah, it's okay. I'm neither here nor there. I think you can again like either or.
Opening into a short stack as well, who might elect to just kind of pass some of the closer defends.
Definitely makes it nicer to be opening into a big blind that you cover.
Yeah.
Fabio's just going to be defending here, I think. Nothing else to do.
Yeah, it would be a bit too loosey-goosey as a jam.
Yeah,
I don't think there's because the guy that you're jamming against isn't incentivized to open that. Oh, that's too tight.
That's very tight, yeah.
The cutoff here isn't incentivized to open that wide, right? That's why you just prefer to peel in a spot like that.
Yeah.
He is still going to have some king-8 suited, some king-9.
Yeah, and some pocket 6s and stuff. Like he doesn't have any other option but to open his kind of weaker pairs and his king-9 suits.
And
like
he might even open jam some like ace-x and king-queen and stuff like that, right? So like your king-10's doing pretty well against that opening range.
Yeah, we definitely have to defend there. You can just flop very, very strong with king-10. Like you flop good top pairs a lot of the time. You flop very strong draws to the nuts. You don't tend to get in too much trouble with a shallow SPR. You can't really go wrong stacking off on a king high board. So Yeah, a bit on the tight side there.
It's interesting how people play, isn't it? Because like the ace-6 suited, I'd classify that on an FT at this level as quite an aggressive open, and then the king-10 is, you know, a very tight.
Yeah, it's strange
fold.
to open a hand like that under the gun for a 3x, but then just fold the king-10. Like, yeah, you're right. It is very weird mismatch in play there.
Yeah, and
I think
this
we want to be a fold.
This is just a fold. Yeah.
Yeah. These again, it's like you want to be having blockers when you're going for steals at a final table. You can't raise call this off.
No.
So when that's the case, your hand is now very, very bad as an open because you don't really have very good playability. You don't have good properties as a steal because you don't block any rejams. You don't really block any defends. You have a lot of difficulty playing post-flop against the big blind or against somebody who peels you in position. And yeah, you just have to fold to a rejam. So you want to be opening a hand like ace-2 suited is much better here than pocket fours because you just block so much more. Block the aces, the ace-king, ace-queen, etc. when you're having an ace, but the fours are just unblocking. You're blocking folds from the rest of people's ranges. So,
and just to say here, I really like Jakob's demeanour here. He's composed himself, thought about his best decision, not rushing into anything. He's had a rough start to the final table. He's identified that his hand is probably going to be a 3-bet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like what he's done there. It's just you could see the camera work was excellent. The fact that he just composed himself, thought about his decision and executed it well, and it's going to get through here. Yeah. Unless Tamas finds some kind of suicide jam with the fours, which would work in this instance.
We saw it on the GKPT.
Yeah.
Rifled it in with the pair, but yeah, it does get it through. Tamas, interesting. He seems to be playing.
Yeah. He's not afraid to open.
Yeah,
he looks like he's in the mix. He's open.
Slightly aware.
Yeah. And that's a well-needed little chip up there for JJ, who's had a very rough start, and it's good to see him back. It would be around 14 million again now.
Yeah.
You know, no need to panic, even if you do make two kind of loose-ish calls of two all-ins now that we've seen there. He still has plenty of chips. There's 3 players below 4 million in chips here, so you know the pay jumps that are coming soon. You know, are still very, very considerable amounts of money, and not something you should just blow up straight away. So good to see him there, back in the mix and on the upward trend. 8-7 off in the hijack, not going to do it though. He gets a well-earned break. Not going to see anything from the king deuce either.
Ace-7 off in the small blind.
There's the chip leader.
Yeah,
just want to be ISOing it in. Yeah.
Well, very small size though. We want to be going much bigger, I think, and potentially actually not opening this one into aggressive chip.
No, we are the chip leader, right? So Yanis is the chip leader in the small, but he's only open to 2.5x.
Opening into a big stack is what I meant. Sorry, it's not even 2.5 because the blinds are up. He's open to like a min, basically a min plus.
Yeah,
I like
2.2.
this flat.
It's a beautiful flat.
Yeah,
this is just
very nice
this is very aware. He's obviously got a few tricks up his sleeve, the man from Japan. And here I think we're probably going to see a couple of barrels because he does have that all-important ace of diamonds here, and that could come into play. Muto here having a little stare at the board, little recheck at the cards. Have I connected with that? I'm not sure. All right then, let's see another card dealer. Really great acting work here from Muto. The 10 will slow things down somewhat. I think Yanis isn't going to look at this as a natural card that he wants to continue with a combo like this because ace high still could be the best hand. Yep. Muto's going to have some straight draws, some flush draws, just some king high with 1 diamond, queen high with 1 diamond. A hand like queen jack is just not going to fold the flop, you know. So not really any incentive to now go for the second barrel with the ace 7. I guess he might be thinking that he wants to fold out a hand like a deuce, but like how many deuces is someone going to defend here? I think all of the offsuit ones are just going to fold pre-flop even for the small sizing.
Yeah.
So just to, I'm not sure whether this is like a value bet or like a bluff or...
It's like a bit of a merge, isn't it? He can fold out some like 6-5s and stuff like that and get value from some flush draws, but then you want to not really have the ace of diamonds.
Yeah. And this is working out nicely for Muto.
Yeah,
he can't be too worried about the 10, especially when his opponent bets this size on the turn. It's just not screaming 10x, is it really?
No.
And the king is a very bad card for Yanis now.
Yeah, Yanis, this turn sizing, when you're betting a board pairing turn, especially when it pairs the top card and you're the aggressor, you really want to be choosing like a polarized size, because you're not going to be... I mean, on a flush draw board like this, it's not so bad to have a few more like queens, jacks, nines, but even those are like somewhat polar. They're like very strong value compared to Muto's range. So you want us to be choosing like a bigger size or a check here. Tamas will punish loose 3 bets. You cannot push around the guy. There's not so much he can do with like 20 bigs, so...
Biscop, the buy-in was 250 euros, mate. Thanks for tuning in.
Bet 1.6 million. Yeah, don't know about that hand at all. That was
it was all a bit blasty, that.
It was quite blasty, yeah.
Yeah, just kind of chucking chips into the abyss and hoping to get the pot back. There wasn't really much thought going into that.
I mean, he could just check the river and win a decent amount. Like, he's bet small enough to keep Muto's range very wide, keeping all those flush draws and stuff in there. So just like checking the river, even bluff catching.
I like check call better than bet.
Yeah, definitely, 100%.
And a couple of...
He didn't really give it... He didn't really make it a size that...
Wasn't a committed size either, was it?
Yeah, he didn't really put any of Muto's range in a difficult decision. He just folds all the worst hands that we were ahead of anyway and calls all the pairs because of the sizing. He's calling 1.6 million to win like 5 mil on the river or more, so it's like...
And he's got to think about the hands in which he would be 2.2xing out of position blind v blind, you know?
Yeah.
On the turn, he's kind of repping some sort of pocket pair or like was it 10-4 deuce, right? So he's saying he's got like king 4 or like a pocket pair or something like that. Something that, you know, is worth a small bet, but not doesn't want to polarize. And he's just not going to ISO those hands for that size. He's either going to limp or ISO a lot bigger because he wants the fold equity from the overcard type hands pre.
Yeah, so. I think all of the streets there were a bit of a misplay, to be honest.
Yeah. But as to be expected, right? It's an FT, and like people just tend to size down with bluffs and size up with value on FTs. You know, just the way that the game works. And it's a great thing if you're watching from home and you're an avid poker player yourself to watch out for when you next play an FT, because these kind of small little population tendencies are things that are concurrent from even up to medium to high stakes online. You know, people do tend to freeze up in the big spots. And it's something to watch out for.
Good open here. The King Jack for Fabian, though, is just going to be a fold. Queen 6 suited on the button, also a fold.
Yeah.
It's going to be down to the big blind.
That's
See
Dimitri.
what we're working with.
No.
Nothing. In the Mac. Nice hand.
Jürgen Schoner gets it done. Go, Jürgen, go. He said to himself in the chat. So I don't know if that means he's got the phone under the table or something, but don't do that. That's not allowed. So Jakob taking a bit of a timeout. Don't blame him. Probably going to go for a quick few drags.
Come on, boy!
You can do it.
Comes back to the table and just slams his fists down.
Who wants it?
Who wants it? They took my baklava away. Ooh, lovely little Jack 10 sweeted. Definitely going to be an open here for Tamas. Very interesting way of putting chips into the pot. I'll leave it at that.
Quite like it. Slide them in?
No, he does it the same every time, but he just kind of leans into his stack, takes them off, puts them here, and then just like throws them in across the line.
It's kind of like, hey.
Yeah. Ace 4 suited in the cutoff. Great hand to free bet.
Oh, you're the girlfriend. You're on his phone. I see.
I am the girlfriend.
Well, all the best to him.
Ace-4 suited, it's an okay peel, but versus the under the gun range, we're going to be dominated quite a lot, and we're not that deep, so we don't get to play a lot of our backdoors, which is kind of a problem. Like on a board like this, we're kind of in a gross spot, even versus 1-bet, bottom pair, no backdoor. So I prefer to just 3-bet this one pre-flop and really just put the pressure on. Like you want to be 3-betting a lot versus stacks shorter than you at final tables. That's just generally a good rule of thumb, especially when you're one of the bigger stacks.
What do you think about Tamas's check here on the flop? It's got some nice backdoors. It's quite a dry board.
Yeah, I think
it's got quite a strong range.
I think it's fine. Yeah, he can just check like ace queen and kings and aces here and go for check raises. He can check raise a bunch of like flush draws and stuff like that. He's going to get to realize here quite often. Because I think Yanis's peeling range pre is going to be obviously a lot of like mid-strength hands, you know, 6s, 7s, 8s, a lot of hands similar to ours, king jacks, jack 10s. So I think we're going to just get to the turn a lot, and he can check call a small size. And we also don't put very much pressure on those hands by betting flop out of position, because he's not just going to, he doesn't want to just c-bet like half pot or more with jack 10 suited. He's going to go for like a third, and when he does go for a third, like all those hands like 6s, 7s, 8s, king jack with a backdoor can just peel anyway. So I like the decision to check. And yeah, it seems fine. Seems like a well played hand there. I am the girlfriend.
Roland and Nicholas Live are the bomb.
Don't know who either of those people are.
Roland is Roland Boothby, who is the Hendonmob, well, one of the guys that are working for Hendonmob, yeah, right. Organizer, yeah. I see him at a lot of the live stops. Nice lad from the UK. We got heads up in the short deck in Malta once. It was good fun.
Nice. Didn't brag.
Muto folding the 6-5. All right, mate. Muto folding the 6-5 suited on the button there again, just electing to.
Yeah, very nitty there.
Being sit out.
Chip leader, he's
looks like he's going to be quite
staring off into the distance, watching the football.
Yeah. Not my turn.
No, don't worry about me.
No, get me out of there.
6s on the button. Yeah,
yes.
2 20 big blind stacks or less. I like the shove. Great shove.
Yep, good work.
Got king 10 suited to fold there on a small blind. Very nice. Good placer.
But if he opens king 10 might jam, peel, he's going to be in some tricky spots. Yeah, and then
you don't want to call it. You don't want to raise, call it off with 6s. So
no.
Great shove there. How many buy-in? 250 euro buy-in this was. 150k guaranteed. I think they beat the guarantee. I'm not sure on the numbers exactly of runners, but around 34.5k up top. So obviously a very decent payout there for somebody. And I mean, all of it's very nice already. 5k locked up for 9th place. Up to 35k for first. So it's a very nice tournament, this. If you haven't made the trip to the Banco Casino in Bratislava, I highly recommend it. Absolutely love playing in that place. I spent a good few months there in the last couple of years. Played a bunch of tournaments there. Great room, great atmosphere, lots of very friendly people, great staff as well. So yeah, 10 out of 10. Great city as well. Bratislava is just absolutely wonderful city. Really like spending time there. A7 off in the hijack, yep. Interesting that he's finding these opens, but just folding all these suited connectors. I mean, in theory, it's fine, but he can just open both. Like that's the beauty of being a chip leader. You get to just open really kind of very liberally. Ace Queen suited on the button, just calling very tight here versus the chip leaders at open. This is like a kind of slam dunk shove, really. He's playing about 24, 25 big blinds. So yeah, nothing really else to do but shove ace-queen suited. We just don't want to be going multi-way. We're incentivizing the big blind to call because he's obviously going to be getting a good price. We're in a kind of tough spot if somebody jams behind. We end up just having to call it off with no fold equity. Whereas this way we'd be shoving into an aggressive chip leader. Well, not aggressive chip leader, but just chip leader in general. But he's going to be opening, you know, wide enough that ace-queen suited is a very, very printy jam. And Jakob turning 2 pair. I think he actually wants to fold his hand pre-flop. I don't hate the peel. I don't hate the peel at all, but I think folding is going to be slightly preferable just because we are going to be dominated quite a lot. The offsuit ones aren't going to play so well out of position multi-way. There can be some better suited 10x and stuff peeling. Just fills up on the river. What a great run out that is. Goes for the check, which I am not a huge fan of. There's just enough hands that are going to pay it off. Like, he's going to have some pocket 8s, some 8-9 suited, some 7-8 suited in there. He's going to have like a lot of misdraws, which I think is what Jakob was going for. He's trying to just induce the kind of the queen X and stuff to bluff. But the problem is he doesn't actually have that many hands that are misdraws. It's like only ace queen, and I wouldn't even assume that he's going to flat ace queen pre-flop. The rest of his queen X has a pair or a straight. Like king queen made a straight, queen 10 has a pair, queen jack has a pair, etc., etc. Queen 10 made trips on the river there, but we're blocking that very heavily. So I think just going, Jürgen can also have checked back like queen jack and something like that there. Queen jack, queen 9 suited, queen 10 suited. So I think just kind of either betting small and trying to induce, or just betting big and trying to get paid by trying to get a cry call from like jack X is the play there. You generally just want to put money in with your good hands and hope people call instead of trying to trap too much when you've got such a lock on the board. It would be better to check something like a straight where we're unblocking Jürgen's value bets, like his queen 10s. Let's say we have like king queen there, we can bet the turn and then check the river because it allows Jürgen to go for value with something like queen 10 himself. Whereas when we're blocking all of the hands that might bet for value, like all the 10x, mostly king 10, queen 10, then betting ourselves is going to be more profitable play. Queen 10 suited on the button, going to be a jam. Playing about 14 big blinds. Nothing else to do. Nice, well played, sir.
Seems like a pretty capable player, I think.
Yeah, not bad at all. The fours open was a little reachy, but
yeah,
not the worst. Gets it through there. Welcoming those chips to his stack. Biggest ever Hendonmob event.
Just got a message from Roland, hello to you, sir, that this is the biggest ever Hendonmob event.
Very nice.
And they've been doing, well, they've been running a lot of flagship low to mid stakes tournaments around Europe for a while now.
I played one, I think, in
Malta,
Irish Open and
Irish
Battle of
Open.
Malta, yeah.
Yeah. I think Endrick got heads up with Joe Field in the
Oh yeah, I remember
the Irish
that.
one.
Yeah, that's right.
And yeah, so Ireland, Malta, anywhere else that we've missed?
Probably.
I mean, there's been loads, but
inevitably
the main ones. And now Bratislava and Banco Casino continuing to do good things for the Central European tournament scene. Coming out of COVID, over the last couple of weeks, we've had a 550 300k that got 50,000 up top. We've also had
125k.
The 125 poker code. We had a 5k sit and go as well.
Yep, biggest buy-in tournament Slovakia's ever had.
Exactly, and yeah, just lots of good things happening.
Yeah, and there's also coming up is the Swedish Masters in November, which is another 550 euro with I think a 200k guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's going to be good as well. And if you like pizza, Slovakia is the place to go.
More than Italy?
No, it's just more frequent.
Yeah,
you know, there's not really anything else within the 2-mile radius of the casino other
Mm-hmm.
than pizza.
Yeah. Go out, grab a slice.
Yeah, from
20
different places.
Yep.
€2.
Are we really on Boomer Tube, lads? Unfortunately.
Boomer
yes.
Tube.
Boomer Tube.
Oh, come on,
Come
Andy.
on, Anders.
We're going to be...
It's not like Ron Bebo, is it?
Bebo, man, those were the days. Used to love that. You had your own little theme tune on your page. Yeah.
You could rate your friends from 1 to 16. You've had an argument with someone, they go down from like 4 to 12 or something.
Boomer Tube. We're going to be boomers soon.
We will be,
the boomer generation. Old men.
So Jakob opening up with Queen 8 here, checking back the flop. No backdoor equity, doesn't seem too bad. Pretty connected board. Just
Yeah, it does favour the big blinds range quite heavily. This, I mean, it's not super connected, so we still have, like, betting wouldn't be the worst, but like you say, we just want to have some kind of backdoor flush draw here. I think like Queen 8 of Hearts would be a good bet because we're blocking some continues like 8-9, 6-8, some 10-8 suited, 7-8 suited, and stuff like that. But just having no backdoor at all, it's not particularly inspiring pot to put chips in. Nice bet there from Jakob. Did he defend 6-3 off?
No, he's in Queen 8.
Ah. Okay. Not sure about that. Cut off.
On these types of FTs is just not as good as if you're playing very competent online aggressive regulars that are going to rejam correctly, you know. Here you can just get away with ISOs and opens, I think.
Yeah. And your limps aren't going to get punished or attacked, so therefore you end up naturally just limping quite a weak range, because the idea of limping is that you can mix in some traps and stuff in there against, like you say, competent aggressive opponents, because you're going to get attacked often, whereas people in here are just not going to go for the attack, so limping out in cases doesn't really make any sense.
Once you play very good aggressive players online, you realise that you're going to have quite a big raised fold gap if you're just opening too many hands.
Yeah, exactly,
right?
yeah.
Jackie boy, how you doing, mate? Thanks for joining the chat. The heater you're on, I'm surprised you aren't gym leader. That would be quite impressive from Cyprus, but definitely not out of the realms of possibility the way it's been going. Good to have you, mate. Ace 5 off here, nothing to think about. That jam from Shona is quite a lot of chips, isn't it? It's over 20 big blinds. 250k big blind, right?
Yeah, so 21 bigs.
Yeah.
This hand is... There are going to be hands we want to shove with here, but I think Ace-King is too strong. We want to be inducing a hand that strong into like a chip leader who's shown himself to be quite capable and quite aggressive. Free bet the Ace-Jack off earlier.
I don't think I'd have a jamming range there, personally.
I think like a hand like 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s really want to jam because they don't want to raise, call it off against the chip leader.
What, from +2 with 20 over 20 bigs?
I thought he was button. Was it not button?
No, he was early there.
Oh, right, okay, sorry, my mistake. Yeah, then definitely no jamming range.
Yeah, 8-handed, and he was opening.
Oh yeah, geez, the button's there.
+1.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was literally +1. Yeah, okay, definitely no jamming range there for sure. Sorry, I thought it was the button.
That's all right.
Try opening my eyes next time.
Tommy Deans, how you doing, mate? You still in Greece?
Yeah,
I've seen his
photo pics today.
Yeah,
it looks very similar to what we got going on here, to be honest. Cyprus has been great, mate, apart from the poker. I mean, the poker itself has been great. We just haven't been getting the good end of it between us.
No.
We had infinite shells between us in the first that live series that was on. There was
what in terms
the
of
high
the
roller
group?
and the main event and stuff? There were some just amazing fields.
The $500 main, a 1.1k high roller.
We did get bashed around a bit though, unfortunately.
And then the only shred of chance was me getting to the FT of the high roller and then busting in calamitous fashion in 9th, rifling it in with an ace blocker straight into pocket kings. So that's all she wrote.
It's been nice. It's been quite low-paced, slow-paced, and we've just been kind of chilling out, eating food. We managed to adopt a dog the last couple of days. He followed us home from a restaurant and is
Old Suarez.
Disneyland Nicosia. Is there a Disneyland here? No, surely not.
I don't think so, mate.
But yeah, it's been nice just kind of hanging out, enjoying the sun. I've been recovering my ankle, really.
I had a bit of a tumble the other day. Great flop for Jakob here. Hijack versus small blind. Yanis just electing not to 3-bet the 10s. Don't mind it. Doesn't really want to play a massive pot out of position. close though, definitely. Just depends how wide you think Jakob's opening. Going to have to obviously peel the flop. As far as boards go, the queen high is going to be much better than the ace and king high, and just because the queen high range as an open is going to be a little bit more condensed, and you do in fact block queen 10 suited twice, so something to consider there.
All good points.
And this is a bit of a brick, really. He's not going to have 8-6. He's not going to have 6-3. Pocket fives. Yeah, maybe he sees a turn, but
yeah,
I think we can go for 3 here with the king queen personally.
Yes, I mean he can have ace queen sometimes.
Yeah, he can flat ace queen off there.
Yeah,
just
definitely flat
chip
ace.
leader
I mean,
versus
even
chip
suited,
leader.
I think he can flat chip leader versus chip leader, but that's a really only one hand we lose to, and it's quite heavily blocked. So I don't hate checking, but we are just giving away quite a lot of equity because he's going to have hands like 6s and 8s,
yeah,
and stuff like that had just like turned a decent amount of equity. You're going to want to continue again.
And then you're going to end up heroing on that run out anyway, because you think he's lacking those hands in terms of the 6x and the 8x. And I want to see a very big bet here. I think our hand's worth chunks now. So
and also like checking hands is generally going to be slightly better when you can potentially induce bluffs. From some of his range on the river, but here he doesn't really have any natural bluffs to bluff on the river.
Rainbow
so just
board.
going for value of king queen makes much more sense against the queen jack suited, queen tens. Yeah, bet and check a bunch of rivers. Exactly. Yeah, that was what I was thinking. But there are going to be some rivers I think where we can just kind of bet again, but we either go for like
offsuit deuce or something.
Smallish.
Still going to have queen 10, queen jack in there, and the occasional 10s and 9s and all that kind of stuff.
Exactly, but I think the preferred play, like Andy says there, is just to go for a big bet on the turn, and then check the river, get all your value on the turn from those queen X, and then you're not going to get called by much worse on the river, and shut it down. Yeah, caps himself hard now. Exactly, like he never has sets, he never has like over pairs, never really has. Well, I mean, we see he has a strong top pair, but he shouldn't, in theory, have very much strong top pair, though. So, generally, you want to avoid capping yourself in Hold'em as much as you can, especially against competent players, because you are just going to get binned quite a lot.
Exactly. Imagine if Yanis had just bet 3x pot there on the
like, what are you going to do? Exactly. But capping yourself can be a very, very good play if it's deliberate. You know, if you're, like, deliberately capping yourself against an aggressive player so that you can bluff catch them wide, then it's obviously a good play, but I don't think that's the level we're really looking at here.
No. I think he's thinking, well, what if I get raised on the turn and, you know...
Yeah, well, what kind of spot am I in here? You're in a very easy fold spot, that's the answer.
Exactly. Don't worry about that, fella.
Yeah.
Especially on Queen 7-4 Rainbow.
A good baseline strategy for Hold'em tournaments is bet aggressively for value and fold when you get raised.
I think that's more, live Hold'em cash games. Just keep betting until someone raises and then angrily
not easily fold, Okay, you win, well done. Next. The amount of times I just double barrel top pair and then snap fold to a fucking raising position on the turn or something.
Yeah.
Just
on Queen 7-3 deuce. And the guy's gone for the 4x raise IP.
What have you got, mate?
They show you Queen deuce.
What do you think you're bluffing me with here? Ace jack, pocket tens. Great spot for Fabian. Or not Fabian, is it? That's just his surname. He's got 2 first names. Very selfish.
Joseph Fabian.
Leave the first names for somebody else, buddy. There's some poor soul out there with 2 surnames. It's me.
Leo Worthington, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I'm just the third.
Fightington Wages.
Right, so 10s versus ace-jack.
Oh, doesn't get it through. Called it off here. Okay, it's
Fabian's
like 9 bigs.
Joseph's got 9 bigs,
Open under the gun, get flatted, and then call it off. Man, it's very, very close to ace-jack. With a player behind who's flatted the open, I think we probably just fold and let him call it off with a hand like ace-jack off. Like, we just call ace-jack suited, ace-queen off.
Yeah, we don't really want to take the thin collision now, because if we lose this, we are really handicapped.
And obviously we saw the other guy at ace-jack as well, so Tamas doesn't really realise he's drawing a lot thinner than he thinks he is. Deuce would be a fun one for a chop. Oh, that's the other one. Doesn't chop that one.
Nice double up there for Josef, was it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Josef, very nice. He's going to be happy with that one.
Absolutely.
It's nice to find a spot like that when you're getting very short at a final table. Sometimes it can feel like the world's just kind of falling apart and you're not getting dealt anything, but great spot there. Tamas now going to be one of the short stacks. Looks like he's down to about 1.5 million or something, very, very short.
Yeah.
That's around 6 big blinds. Oh, blinds up now, 300k, yeah, 6 big blinds, 1.8 million. So clear short man there, and now the pressure is really on these 3, 16, 19, 19 big blind stacks. The pressure's really on them to just not do anything other than wait until he gets eliminated before you put any chips in, basically, without a very, very premium spot.
Yeah, Sandor here just kind of being left out to dry, really.
Yeah,
and
pressure's off him now, though. He can just take every shove spot he comes across.
Exactly. Whereas Pavlo, Shona and Fabian, that little pack there on the 5 to 6 million, they've got to be looking over their shoulder.
Spots like this, when you're kind of short stacked at final tables, working out the setup of the table is really, really important, and I think quite an underutilized skill. Like, you want to be trying to pick spots where you're shoving into people's big blinds who are very, very handicapped. You know, you want to be shoving into those middle stacks. You don't want to be shoving into chip leaders. You want to be trying to pick the big blinds of people who are handicapped themselves. That's just going to allow your kind of shoves to have a little bit more fold equity, because obviously they're not going to want to call off 6 bigs when they've only got 16 bigs themselves and potentially swap positions with you, whereas the chip leader's not really going to care so much and just kind of flick it in with ace-5 suited. But he does just pick up a hand straight away, which is lovely. Doesn't have to go through the blinds, just finds the ace-jack suited under the gun. Fold here for Jakob. Come on, buddy.
Come on, you got stung last time in this kind of spot.
This would be like even worse than the 7s. We just don't really dominate anything. Like, we're ahead sometimes, sure, of like, you know, king, whatever, king 7 suited even, but it's just a straight flip.
There we go.
So yeah, nice fold there. Good.
Tamas is absolutely pumping it home in the chat. Vamos, ninja mode, Coxo, come on. How much % do you have, mate?
At least 75 by the sounds of it.
Anyone else in the chat on the under-over?
Looks like Muto's found some kind of hand. Yeah, pocket 5s. I think he can call this one, being a chip leader. Just 6 bigs. It's like, we get an easy pay jump. Doesn't really affect his stack if he calls and loses. And he's going to be like ahead a decent amount. He does dominate some stuff sometimes. Like, obviously, Tamas is going to take all pairs here. And he's going to take like ace-deuce, ace-3, ace-4. So we do dominate some stuff.
Maybe even goes for the king 4 suited panic jam or something like that. I mean, I'd shove that, but yeah.
I think it
could be. I don't think it's correct.
I mean, I don't hate folding. I think it's very reasonable.
With 5s or king 4.
With 5s.
Yeah.
King 4, I think I would just fold. Andy's saying low in chat, so somebody's blundered. Whether it's you, me, or Muto, we'll find out in a second.
Everyone. He's the backer.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. Absolutely sending it home. I think he's got away from the computer to do a couple of press-ups at the moment, is our man Tamas. He'll be back with some more words of encouragement for his horse. And what are we waiting for? Oh, yeah, he's just posting the blind and the ante. Okay.
Yeah, so it does get that shove through, which is nice. Gets to go through the blinds and keep hold of his 6 big blinds.
That's really nice, isn't it? Because all of a sudden you're staring 3.5 bigs in the face, aren't you?
Yeah, now he's just got another orbit with a bit of fold equity, which is nice. So, and potentially as well, just, you can see a collision here when you're one of the shorter stacks.
Oh, the over-under, yeah.
Over-under 75%. Excellent.
Yeah. Yeah, 110%.
It's very nice as a short stack when you see collisions happen elsewhere at the table, so Tamas has got a whole orbit now to find a spot. You backed the first bullet, damn. How many is he on?
Oh,
More than one by the looks of that emoji.
Yeah. He's going to show him the chat log later and be like, mate, I was supporting you. If it wasn't for me in the chat, you wouldn't have won it. Yeah. So where's my 10 ball?
Come on, free roll. Beer, mate. Where's my free money? Deuces in the hijack. I could get behind a fold here, to be honest.
Go, Muto. Go.
By get behind the fold, I mean I would definitely fold, because you're opening into a bunch of short stacks, and it's like we were saying earlier, like you don't want to raise cool hands like this. You want to be going for like blocker-orientated steals,
and hands that have good playability against big blind defends and the like. You don't want to be just raising hands that block the big blind's folds. Like, you want the big blind to have a deuce so that he just folds and you win the pot, but you've got both of the deuces. Well, both of the deuces. Half of the deuces. I think flatting with 3s on the button is quite reasonable here. He's deep enough. It doesn't have a huge impact on his position in the tournament, and flopping a set's obviously very robust equity.
I noticed from a live player type of thing, he had a little look and he'd seen that the players to his left had already seen their cards and were kind of in the position to fold. Yeah, so even better. Observation. So nice work there from Dimitri, getting a free pull. Yeah. On his way to glory. Yeah. No 3 though. And Yanis just going to check the ace queen 6 out of position. I think hijack versus button, I'd be going for a bet here.
Same, yeah. It doesn't really interact with the button's range at all. Like, he's not going to be flatting. I mean, he's going to have some ace jack offs and stuff like that sometimes, but he's not going to have the ace kings, the ace queens, the pocket queens. He may have 6s sometimes. But he's just going to have so much like 10-9 suited, pocket 7s, pocket 3s, pocket 4s, pocket 5s, all that kind of stuff, and we just get immediate folds. Like, using deuces to get all of those pairs up to queens to fold is really, really nice. Yeah. When we stab the flop with deuces, he just kind of snap folds like 9s and stuff. So.
I think Dimitri there just picking up on the fact that that is going to be a heavy bet board and people are probably going to be unlikely to balance their checking range out of position. Yeah, so just going for a little stab. Maybe he can fold out a better pocket pair there straight away.
Maybe he saw him peel deuces and went for a value bet.
He's got everything covered. He's got the laser eyes. That was going on in Glasgow and Edinburgh, wasn't it, for a while at the live cash games up there.
That's how I've been feeling in the last few months. I feel like every time I enter a pot, everyone can see my cards. They just take the perfect line against me every single time.
The reverse postle, as it were. That's why. So Muto may be here on some kind of Hendonmob affiliation. I'm sure if Roland's still listening, he could maybe tell me. But he's kitted out in the Hendonmob gear, and he's a rather decorated player. We were having a look, for those of you joining now, at some of the Hendonmobs earlier on. 300,000 in cashes.
Yeah, that's more than you usually see in a tournament like this, that's for sure.
Exactly. Pretty decorated, I'd say. He's been sort of travelling around. I'd imagine he's, some sort of proficient recreational type player.
Yeah,
And he's probably got more flags than I think I've seen in a while.
Yeah.
The last 6 flags are all from different places, and he's obviously got one here, so that's 7 cashes in a row from different locations.
Yeah, he obviously took a break during the pandemic. So, hey, Naga World, was that the one we were at?
That was the one we were at, yeah, the World Poker Tour in 2019.
Event number 3.
Came $12.
Yeah, I played
300.
That. I'm down there somewhere. I didn't cash it though.
No. Yeah, I was in that as well, I think.
I won the next tournament after him.
He does not have a Japanese flag yet. Good chance.
That's because they don't have any tournaments in Japan.
Yeah. Muto loves
I think it's
Slovakia,
coming soon. I've heard rumours of tournaments coming in Japan, and actually I worked at a ski resort in Japan a couple of years ago, and there's another ski resort kind of down the road about an hour or so, and they were saying that they were planning on building Japan's first casino there, which would be unbelievable. If they did that, I'd probably move there and never leave. Because the ski resort was absolutely unbelievable. It's just a complete playground. It was an amazing place, but
Slovakia is a beautiful country. Lots of great things to do. A slightly different pace to the rest of Central Europe, which I quite like. You go to places like Berlin, Paris, London.
Yeah, Paris. It's a bit of a rat race everywhere.
Yeah, it's just everyone's rushing around in Slovakia. It's beautiful architecture.
Yeah, wide open streets.
Yep.
Very pedestrianised. Beautiful nature as well. Very reasonably priced. I won't say cheap. Good value is definitely
good value compared to the sort of
and the best go-karting I've ever been to. George and I have rattled around that track many times, many an hour, many a night.
Shaved off a lot of seconds off of the lap times over that course.
I'm sure some of you guys listening who have played who have gone go-karting, perhaps some, especially in England, maybe share the same frustration that we do, like turning up, sitting through a half an hour safety debrief, getting talked to like you're a complete idiot who's never driven anything before, and then you go out there and they
tell you off for bumping into each other. Whereas in Slovakia, you turn up, you give them €10, you get 10 minutes on the track, then you come back out, then you do it again.
Just fly around.
You want to go again?
It's excellent. One more.
Excellent, absolutely excellent. That's like one of my top to-do things in Slovakia is that go-karting track. Absolutely love it there.
Completely agree.
Aces.
Asso for Mr. Shubin.
Dmitry.
Ooh, and he gets a shove next to Act as well, and
fine shove.
Fortunate timing for Jürgen. Fine shove with the double blockers, definitely.
Yeah, fine shove. Just absolutely run into it here. And Dimitri's sitting here going, oh yes,
oh yes.
Come
Who
on,
else
baby.
wants it? Roll up, roll up. And that's the
aces.
one-chip call, and Jürgen knows as soon as they get on their backs that he is. He's drawing thin. I saw a queen folded behind.
Seen worse. Seen.
He's got some diamonds available.
More unlikely get theirs before, so definitely not over yet.
17%.
We'll take a 10-9 deuce flop, 2 diamonds.
That would be interesting.
That's not really it.
That is
not dead yet though.
Going to need a 10 or a 9 or an ace or a king or a queen for some hope. Any other card is going to see him out the door. Ooh. A queen gives him the king or the queen now.
Dimitri now like, no.
No.
I've seen this
he's getting out the chair as well. That gives you an extra 2% equity.
Jacket on if you want a few more.
Exactly.
Boom.
And the 9. Didn't put the jacket on, so the 9, not the king or the queen. And he will be out the door.
Unlucky, sir. So thanks for the girlfriend for the rail.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we are hitting the rail there in 9th place, but still a reasonable payday of €5,000, just under €5,000. So still not bad. If somebody says when you enter this tournament you can just have 5k now, you'd be like, yeah, go on then.
Well, I'd take it and head to the karaoke bar for sure.
Head down to the go-karting track.
Oh yes, could make a day of it.
500 rounds.
No problem, mister. One more. So 6.5k locked up for the 7 remaining players and 34.6 to play for.
Very nice. Nice set of payouts. That 4th gets us a 5-figure score, which is always a nice milestone.
Took a while to get rid of the first one with all the short stacks, but
yeah, I was expecting a bit faster than that.
Yeah,
blind's going up now as well. And what are we down to? We got
be 300k big blind now, so things are getting a bit dicey. Yeah,
great ladder for Tamas there as well. So like we said, like you can see those collisions, which we did see, and Tamas just makes a nice ladder there for doing absolutely nothing. Just makes about £1.5 for his 6 big blinds.
Yeah, we'll be loving that for sure. And just another example of the fact that when you are on a final table, you, as a short to medium stack, you're just disincentivized to enter pots when people are going to be colliding like this all the time.
Yeah, I think the king queen off was completely fine, but just unlucky to.
No, I mean an example for the 6 big blind guy there as well. Right, you know, he just gets to sweat that for free. Yeah. And unfortunately, Dimitri turning into the role of the Terminator here. He's going to
give me the chips.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's going to be busting another one here, unless
going on a bit of a run. Fabian.
It's just going to be a fold here for 9s.
I think so.
Yeah,
Let's
very easy fold because
he didn't want to fold the 5s earlier to the hijack, so I think we might see him flick this in, you know, but I hope he folds.
It should be a fold just because Dimitri is guaranteed to call Tamas here. There's no hand he's going to fold. So when you're guaranteed to see a collision with the short stack being at risk, you are incredibly incentivized
at worst, Dimitri's going to have 30-35% versus Tamas, right?
Yeah, you're just like free rolling a bust out here by folding, and by getting it in, you're getting it in against 2 uncapped ranges. They can both have aces still. There's like neither of them have made a play that says they can't have aces, so you don't want to be getting in against 2 uncapped ranges here when folding is just an absolute print. But we did see him fold the king 10. We saw him fold the queen jack after the shove as well, so I think he's slightly aware. Looks like he's counting out a
cold called.
Which
what's he going to do now if Dimitri shoves fold?
He does call. Yeah, this is not what you want to be doing here at all.
Dimitri's thinking, well, I wasn't expecting that. Yeah. I was expecting an all-in or a fold.
I think Dimitri now just completes the 1.5 million.
Yeah.
Plays in position. He's going to obviously be worried that this is a very, very strong hand, but the thing is Fabian's not going to flat a hand like queens or kings or jacks. He's going to just shove those. So his only trap is aces, and when we have an ace, it makes it very, very unlikely. Still, that being said, it is very hard to kind of range him here.
Very tough to range him. I would never expect to see this kind of...
but yeah, I'm just calling ace-queen here and then hoping to play, get to like showdown, because also there's not going to be a side pot post-flop. So if Fabian starts betting into us post-flop, we can be pretty sure that he has a very, very strong hand because he's absolutely not incentivized to bluff into a dry side pot. It's likely that we just kind of ganging up against the short stack and trying to check it down to eliminate a player. But yeah, getting this price, what is it, 1.1 into like 4.8, so he's getting like over 4 to 1 here. He only needs to find like 18% equity, which is very, very easy.
Well, it's 1.1 into 6, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's going to be including that as well. So
6. He's getting like 5 to 1.
Yeah. Oh, he looks like he wants to fold here. I don't think he's going to shove after all this. So it looks like he's on leaning between folding and calling.
Yeah, I think we just call. I don't really see any other option for this price. It's not like he's at risk by calling. Yeah, nice. Good play. Does arrive.
Took a little bit of time, but arrived.
I like how Dimitri's playing here. He's taking his time. He's making pretty solid decisions. Seems like he's got his wits about him.
He's definitely a strong player, yeah.
This is the guy you were saying
he's been working on his game. Like I played him a couple of years ago in live PLO, and he was very nitty. And now he's, just improving every time I go back and play against him. He's finding spots. He's applying pressure. He's obviously doing work off the table. So
Queen high flop. So great flop for Dimitri here. Check. It's the old lean forwards onto the rail and then check. I think we'll see Dimitri just check it down here.
It just rips it.
Oh, he goes to the shove. Yeah, I don't think that's too bad either.
I think a 0.5 SBR between them. It's just And now Joseph has sort of corded himself into a bit of a tricky spot.
Yeah, very tricky indeed. But again, it's like the bluffing into a dry side pot here. Dimitri's just not incentivized at all to bluff anything here.
What
he's not
going to
shove like
with?
8s.
Yeah.
He's not going to shove a hand like King Jack suited or Ace King or something like that. He probably just shoves Ace King pre, but Ace Jack suited or whatever. None of those hands are shoving, so we really just have to think, okay, he has a queen here.
Run of 10s one time. Your best bet is the King Jack run out, pal.
Yeah, not 10-10.
Not the 10-10. Maybe the 3-5.
3-5 would do it.
3-5 could be juicy. Got a couple of backdoor. They've got the backdoor wheel and the backdoor Broadway. Nothing to shun at just yet.
Yeah, Fabian really got himself in a very, very tough spot here when he should just fold pre-flop, like we said. But nice, makes the right lay down now, just a little bit too late.
Another example of how people kind of get caught in the middle there on final tables. They don't really want to fold, they don't really want to jam. They're scared of running into better with the jams, and they're scared of folding the best hand if they fold. So they kind of just peel.
Hope for the best.
And just, but you still got to flop pretty well. Oh, the 5 gives some opportunities.
Yeah, and again, the 9-9's just like not really blocking anything of any relevance. Ace King much stronger.
Oh,
they do chop
it. Wheel. We were talking about it
it
almost jokingly, as if you'd never expect
Nobody
to see
gets
that.
there, do they?
Nobody gets there, and he didn't even put the hoodie on as well.
And now you've got extra money in the pot for Tamas as well.
Yeah,
that's another problem with the 9s.
spot.
Is like when you put the money in pre with 9s and you're losing to the guy who's all in, you're giving him extra chips from your stack, and now you swap positions with him. Whereas if you just fold and he doubles up off the opener, you're still ahead of him in terms of chips, or very, very close to him. Whereas now we've pushed ourselves into last in chips just by putting those extra big blinds in pre-flop with 9s. Tamas going to be very happy to see that run out.
Collapsed with the excitement of that
biggest grin I've ever seen.
Yeah. I've met Tamas in the chat.
Tamas in the chat, both of them. I think they're the same person.
Do you reckon?
He's like, run of 10s, come on!
Here he is. Nice hand, says Martin Svivos. Thomas was greedy with the 10-10. Yeah, you're just hoping for the drop there at best. And lives to fight another day. So Joseph in the small blind here with the ace-2 suited, just going to be pumping that one in. Looking to get a little rebate from that cold call with the pocket nines last hand.
We are live! Last 8. Oh, we're down to 7.
Yeah, 7.
Oh.
8-handed final table.
Oh. So we are down to 7.
Oh.
Grey screen. And we're back.
Yeah, no, we're back. So overall so far, I think standard has been pretty reasonable. Not seen any horrendous dusts, have we? You know?
Nothing too outrageous.
Kind of does happen like that in a multi-day. I think it's a 3-day tournament that with a decent clock, you're going to see a pretty reasonable level of players get to the final table.
Yeah, I think even like recreationals, their intuitive play when there's good money at stake is to tighten up a bit, which is kind of naturally what ICM wants you to do. So, as a middle stack, anyway. ICM is incredibly unintuitive in a lot of spots, though. Every time I study ICM, I'm like, what on earth is going on here?
Yeah, I know. That tight, really?
What do you mean shove?
Yeah.
4 suited all in for 30 bigs in middle position. And he loves those. And he knows all the ICM.
Yeah.
That's why he's such a beast.
Mm-hmm. So scary if you haven't. It's like one of those things that once you study it, you realise the patterns and you can apply it. But at first, you just think it's so counterintuitive, isn't it? Because it just feels like you're just completely blasting it into the abyss.
Yeah, it feels so weird.
But then it's also spot dependent, you know, stack distribution behind you. Lots of different situations to factor in.
Yeah.
So it's easy to misapply as well.
Yeah. Might be time for a Gin Tonsky number 2. One for every player that busts, perhaps. Abiru.
Dimitri coming in for a defend with the King 4 suited. Sorry, King 4 off. Wouldn't mind, he does cover the button. I wouldn't mind using this as kind of like a blocker 3 bet bluff candidate, blocking some of the stronger hands in Yanis's range. Just targeting a slightly wider button open as well. Does elect to peel though, and this is a great board for Dimitri, obviously, because Giannis is going to think his hand is going to be best here quite a lot of the time, betting for value / protection. Just wants to fold out some overcards that have got 6 clean outs. And he does come for a 3rd pot size bet. And Dimitri here on a rainbow board has just got it completely locked. There's really no reason to check raise, because a check raise is going to set off some alarm bells here. You don't really have any natural bluffs, like your 6-5, your 5-3. That's about it, really. Looks like he is going to raise, though. And the problem is you just block most of the continuing range with having the top 2 pairs. So there's a lot less. Oh, wow. But this is just working out ideally for Dimitri, as Giannis is not going to be going anywhere on the turn either. Picks up a gut shot and a flush draw. And this is Action Jackson here. Dimitri's can't be too worried about Ace-3 and 6-3 getting there. 6-3 is not going to be in the opening range. Ace-3 off will be, so 16 combinations of that. But when you consider all of the combinations of King X, 4X, Pocket 8s, Pocket 9s, Pocket 7s, all of those types of hands are going to be in there as well. And as we see, the 4X not being a heart definitely can have some. Oh wow, and he just ships it on him. Dimitri bets the turn. We haven't seen the size. He bets 3 million into 8 million and just gets snap jammed on by Giannis. And Dimitri now actually might start to be worried about the Ace-3. But you can't be, really, once you've arrived at this situation.
Yeah, not got a heart in his hand.
No, exactly. You're just going to have to call it off. Like, if you've got a bare King X, this would be a pretty tough spot, I think. But with the King 4, just not going to be able to fold here, and Giannis is just snap jammed. Yeah,
the snap jam versus tends to not be very strong.
We have seen that.
Solid read in terms of live reads is timing. Fast actions generally don't tend to be super strong hands. That's a pretty surefire read, actually.
Yeah.
Hoping for a brick on the river.
Yes! Oh, and he gets there, and he goes for the
fist pump.
For the fist pump, as if I deserve that one.
Gives him a high five.
Gives him a punch to Dimitri's high five as well.
In the face.
And that is a huge chip lead pot there for Giannis, who moves up to 23 million stack.
Very, very brutal for Dimitri there, who's played very well so far. So
Giannis kind of punting around there, really, again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate the play with 6-4 suited. I just think you want to take your time for the shove. Like, he is blocking some 2 pairs. He does have good equity, and it does put all the 1-pair hands in a very, very tough spot.
I just think that board, King 4 Deuce, is so under check raised as a bluff that you're shoving into a lot of hands. Like the 6-3 got there, right? Yeah. That's now a straight. He's going to have some hands like King 4, King Deuce, Pocket 4s, Pocket Deuces. And a lot of them improved on the 5, and he still bets again. So I don't see the reason when you've got 5 million behind to jam. Just peel in position, right? And you're going to realise all of your equity. And I just don't think you have much fold equity in that spot. I could be wrong.
King 9 suited +1 seems like a fine open. 8-6 suited. Oh, we opened 8-6 suited under the gun. I did not see that, Jakob. It's okay. It's okay as the chip leader. It's on the aggressive side, but I don't hate it at all. I thought we'd open the King 9 suited. Yeah, definitely on the aggressive side, but fine. Again, like just choosing blocker hands is going to be more profitable. Something like King 4 suited goes a lot better than 8-6 suited just because you're blocking the top of the range. So the king and the ace are just very, very powerful. The ace especially, just very, very powerful cards in Hold'em. And you just got to think about what you're blocking and what you're not blocking. When you open a hand like 8-6, you're not really blocking anything of any relevance for all of the stacks behind you, all of the uncapped ranges behind you. Like blocking pocket 6s doesn't really matter because as soon as you open under the gun, nobody's going to be shoving 6s on you anyway. So blocking something like ace-king or kings or ace-queen or whatever is much more valuable because it just reduces the percentage in every single position behind you. It just reduces the percentage time that they're going to be shoving on you. You also just don't want to be blocking hands that the big blind's going to fold. So when you have like 8-6 suited, you're blocking a load of hands that he's going to fold, like, you know, king 6 offsuit, queen 6 offsuit and stuff like that. And you're not really blocking any of his defends that are better. Whereas when you have a hand like king 4 suited, you're blocking a bunch of his defends. And yeah, the 4 still blocks and folds, but blocking the top of his range with one of your cards is much more important than blocking folds with both of them. King queen off. Gonna probably just be a shove here. I think, what's he got? 11 big blinds, 300k we're on. Min raise would also be a very, very fine play. Yeah, I think actually preferable. He's gone for what looks like quite a big size again, 700. Yeah, there's no need to go like the extra chip. I know it doesn't seem like much, 700k instead of 600k, but if you're going to have raise folds, then you may as well just save the extra chip when you're a short stack. It's really going to have very, very little effect on anybody's range behind. It's not like the big blind's just going to fold a bunch more because we made it 700k as opposed to 600k. Or somebody's going to look down at, you know, pocket 8s and or pocket 9s and go, oh, well, I can't shove now because he's made it 700k. And also, if anything, like, you're going to be opening such a tight range as this kind of stack that you actually want to incentivize people to be putting chips in, especially in the big blind. Your range is going to be so much stronger than the big blind's defense in general that inducing him to actually call more is going to be a good thing, especially when you have a hand like aces. Like, why do you want to just put more chips in and potentially get a couple more folds? Jacob defends the 9-4 suited multi-way, and I think at this stack depth, out of position against one of the bigger stacks who's flatted from, you know, like Yanis's range here is going to be pretty strong. Flatting in the hijack versus a short stack opening from early position, his range is really not going to be very wide at all. Under the guns range is uncapped and very, very strong. Middle positions range is like slightly capped but also very, very strong, and 9-4 suited just doesn't have the equity. The problem with defending multi-way as well is that you make the pot bigger, reducing the SPR, which means we just get to defend even less and play even less of our kind of backdoors and stuff like that because the bets are naturally going to be bigger. A third pot becomes a bigger bet. So yeah, I think we just fold the 9-4 suited pre. King-Queen shove in the flop, King-Queen calls, so it's just going to be a chop here unless Yanis can find the backdoor spades or Fabian can find the backdoor clubs. We'll see it probably a brick on the turn for a chop, but we all love a sweat, so we'll take a club or a spade just for fun. Woohoo! Is the spade. Free roll for Yanis here. This is a brutal spot for Josef.
Yeah,
never
want to be faced with the reverse free roll.
And we've just seen him get there as well once. Oh. Running good. Oof.
Oh, a deuce of diamonds, as bricky as it gets.
The brick. Helmuth winning his 16th WSOP bracelet. Very impressive indeed. Now 6 clear of his closest competitor. Love him or hate him, you can't deny he is good at winning tournaments. Jack 9 suited for Yanis. Can't see him folding this one.
No.
Now he's got some chips.
Oh, no.
Does fold it.
Doesn't fancy it. The body language there said everything. I've got quite lucky.
He needs
I'm
to
just
calm
sit
down a
back.
bit after all those hands he's just played.
Yeah, exactly. I'll sit this one out, lads. You fight amongst yourselves. 5-3 off here for Jakob. Looks like his opponent has around 3.5 to 4 million. Yeah, 4.5 maybe. Still think you can get away with coming in for a limp here. Yeah, I don't mind this at all. It's not going to work out on this occasion, just going to get jammed on, but for the most part I think that you're going to be able to go for a limp and then stab a lot of board textures quite successfully on an FT format and situation, I should say. But getting it, coming back to slap him in the face there with the ace-9 suited, nothing to be done. Not quite strong enough to ISO and play post-flop at 15 effective. I think just fine to ram it home there. A couple of other short stacks that he wants to chip up and start moving away from. And obviously with seeing a flop, equities are going to run slightly closer, and you're just going to get so many shoves through pre that you kind of lock up the two big blinds out there. Take it down.
Yep.
What's that?
Just a bit of UFC news.
Ace Queen. Not seen too much from Muto so far. Been playing quite snug.
Yep.
Did win a big pot versus Yanis earlier where he traps aces blind v blind versus a small open and calls down 3 streets versus an ace high sort of bet, which was a misstep. And chipped up that way, but apart from that, certainly been on the tighter side. Has definitely elected to take the passive option when he can, from what we've seen so far. Don't mind it. It must be thinking that, you know, he's quite an experienced player, probably quite wants to go post-flop and not gamble too much pre. Kind of an old school logic, really. But not to be sniffed at. Everyone's going to have their own strategies coming into this final table.
Very strange timeline, this. Dominic Cummings advising Nate Diaz about UFC contracts. Just a weird world we live in, isn't it? You would two people you would just think would never interact in a million years.
And a very disciplined laydown there from Fabian.
Yeah.
Ace 5 off versus the tight under the gun open. I think that's a pretty solid fold. Yeah, if he's been watching the tendencies or if he's got any kind of feedback on how the other players have been playing, I think that's a pretty shrewd fold versus someone that's kind of, you know, been on the side of just avoiding situations. But it's worked for him so far. Muto has chipped up nicely, and he's definitely within the top 4 stacks here, and in the hunt for the Hendonmob trophy. Which I don't know if you've seen them. I've been fortunate enough to win one of them myself, but they are beautiful trophies. Excellently made.
Which one?
The Hendonmob ones.
Are they?
Yeah, they're really nice.
Those metal ones, the kind of bronzy looking ones, are they?
They are. They look like this. I'll show you. Like that. They're quite cool. They're sort of like glassy with THMC at the top, and then it's got the flag from where you won it. Obviously, with the flags on Hendonmob being big, and then the winner and the event and where. This time it's JJ's turn to pick up the ace queen and popping it up to 675. Just getting it through. I like the way he's composed himself after a rough start. He made a couple of loose-ish calls maybe just trying to kind of force the matter at the beginning of the final table, which is, you know, something that you can't really do. The way I look at it in poker is in the early stages of a final table or in the late stages of a tournament, you can't win the tournament in a couple of hands, but you can definitely lose it. You know, making some rash mistakes that kind of send you out of the reckoning can be extremely problematic. So it's better not to try and force the issue or call off too wide or just get involved in too thin of a spot early on. And unfortunately, he didn't do that, but he's recovered nicely and played very well ever since. So it's good to see that he's on the comeback trail and opening up here with the King Jack. Lovely hand to open from the hijack. Jack 9 suited here for Fabian, just kind of not really having many options. Doesn't really want to jam a hand like this, doesn't really block enough of the hands that he wants to, can't really peel, so just going to fold. And Yanis with the ace-3 off, nothing to be done there. In the small blind, out of position to the field, and 4s for Muto in the big blind.
Yep, just going to be
come in for a defend.
Coming in for the defend.
So Queen 5-8, quite a nice board for Jakob to have a stab at.
Yeah,
the gaps are pretty big, so it's not like that connected. He's got a heart, he's got a lot of good barrels on the turn.
Block some good top pairs as well.
Absolutely, and Zuzmik coming over with the news that they're going to take a quick break, so we'll be joining you very shortly. Thanks for joining us so far for the Hendonmob final table in Banco Casino Bratislava. We'll be back with you very soon. Hello, welcome back to Banco Casino. I'm joined by Stefan Sontheimer. How are you doing?
All right. Just had a nice dinner at the buffet. So yeah, before just busted the main event, final table bubble boy. It's a little sad, but
was it the second chocolate cake for sort of like that disappointed post-bust out meal?
Absolutely. Yeah. So I've seen before, like when looking at the buffet, that the chocolate cake was out and someone made it reappear. So I was happy for a couple of minutes. Now I'm sad. No, I'm not. It's like
some comfort in that. So what happened with the bust out? Just to relive it.
Not too much. Actually, a buddy of mine, Yannis, jammed on the button, and I found pocket fives and had a short stack. So I was supposed to go all in. I was flipping against Queen 9 off, and the turn got me. The river didn't help, and that's the end of the story.
That's the end of that. Unfortunate. So how are things going online at the moment? You're still grinding the Zoom 500?
I'm grinding all kinds of stuff. Like right now I have some trouble in Germany. Some people know about that there's new rules. So Zoom 500 I cannot play right now, but yeah, I'm mainly playing for making poker code videos, and I've actually spent last week in Austria playing some more high stakes from there on all kinds of sites. That was fun, and yeah, that's it mainly.
And how have the cash games been going here? I saw you jumping in the 5-10. It looked like a pretty fearsome lineup, to be honest.
Well, it was a very, very fun game. Like, I actually talked to someone, okay, this is a very tough 5-10. If you look at the playing, it was not tough at all. It was just the names, but we tried to have fun. So we were splashing around.
Lots of beers, lots of out-of-line 3-betting.
Definitely, and the big success for me now, the guy who bubbled me now on the final table, this is where I sucked out on him for like like a 5.5k pot.
Yeah, that's a lot of money, yeah.
That was the biggest pot of that table, I guess. I didn't participate in the bigger cash games yesterday. I think there was some good stuff running as well.
A bit of 50-50 PLO, I believe.
I was like beer number 12 and I was busy, but so yeah, that was lots of fun, the cash games. Good people around, just lots of fun atmosphere. That's great.
And you're heading to the party tonight, despite the leg?
Definitely. Star at the bar is my role, and I will skip the dancing because I have to, but you'll find me at the bar for sure.
Awesome, I'll take you up on that. And what's next for you? You heading to Vegas at all?
No, because I guess I have to spend 2 weeks before. If they change something, I would like to fly over for 10 days or so, but I'm actually getting married next month, so this.
Congratulations.
Thank you. This is first things ahead, and then go from there. Yeah.
And where's the wedding?
In Tuscany, Italy.
Oh, very romantic. Nice job. Good brownie points there. Nice. Did you pick the destination?
We picked together, yeah. We were looking for like some sunny place for start of October, and that was where it brought us in the end.
And what does she think about the poker?
In the beginning, it was weird. Now she actually wrote me today, like after, I didn't play a live tournament for 2 years. It's like, oh, it's finally fun to rail you again. I sent her the Poker News live reporting,
yeah.
And she was like, got that like 2 hours ago already. Like, what's up with you? And it was fun. Like, she was like doing stuff at home and railing on the side.
Hello, welcome back to Banco Casino, joined by Rainer Kempe here, online and live professional. How's it been going so far?
Oh, the trip has been nice. Like poker-wise, it's been fairly disastrous, or as disastrous as it can be. But like outside of that, it's a smooth, fun, short trip for me. Nice to be back at playing live poker after.
Was it the first live event you've been to since the lockdown?
Since like February of 2019, was it?
Oh, wow,
yeah.
Okay. And how many bullets did you fire in the main, but going on behind us?
I got 2 in the main, 2 in the high roller, and I think there weren't that many other tournaments, right?
No, exactly. And giving up on the high roller now?
They make me give up.
Really?
There's only a single re-entry, yeah. So.
Yeah. Okay. Unfortunate.
Decision is made for me.
And what was the bust out hand?
I got a 9s to aces and ace jack suited to ace king suited. So yeah, those are fairly unfortunate. Nothing much I could have done, I believe, in these ones.
Yeah, I saw you had a couple of unfortunate spots. I think Kate decided to randomly bluff you as well. Did you see that? Do you remember that hand? Did she tell you?
That's a couple of my friends apparently enjoyed that hand, so I got like a couple of messages about that. Yeah, nice, fair play, nicely done by her. Like.
Yeah, exactly. An interesting combo to choose. No backdoor equity, but just didn't fancy you for anything.
2 overcards in the backdoor straight. It's not even the worst one. If there was a backdoor flush with it, it might even be the one.
A bit nicer, yeah, for sure. And so what's next for you? And what's your involvement with the poker code guys?
No, I'm friends with a bunch of them, obviously. Good friends with Fedor. My involvement is just showing up basically, and like for the rest of the trip, my my plans are probably mainly outside of poker. Just like there's a soccer tournament tomorrow. There's like a players party tonight. Like these kind of things. Like good chance I won't touch cards anymore this trip.
No. And in terms of next, is it over to Millions in Cyprus or?
No, I'm skipping that because there's like a friend's wedding or something. Yeah, and then we'll see if we get to go to Vegas. Right? Well, it seems like there's still a few potential issues, but yeah, if I can go, I probably go for at least some of the.
So just focusing mostly on live, or are you playing much online as well? Because obviously it's the W Coupe final weekend.
I've been having a couple of lazy 24 months, kind of. Yeah, I played some Sundays. Yeah.
And any good results?
Like okay-ish, I guess. Nothing that really stands out. But like I guess I'm up overall, which is not the
That's ideal, right? Yeah, it's a pretty tough competition these days when everyone's been locked down running sims. So the football tournament, who's the favourites?
It's probably the grindhouse guys like Mario Moosbeck and them, because they all went like semi-professional soccer before they turned to poker, and those will be the team to beat. But I actually like our chances as well. We have a pretty solid team. You gonna follow?
Yeah. What time is it?
Early afternoon, I assume.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be there for sure.
Should be a good tournament. There's some good people showing up.
So outside of the casino happenings, plenty going on, the players' party tonight and the football tournament. Wish you the best of luck in that.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Welcome back to Banco Casino. I'm joined by the legend Fedor Holtz. How are you doing?
Hey, pretty good. Having fun.
Yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
I wanted to ask you about that spot with the Jack 10 where you raised the river there. Was there some live tells going on with that hand?
No, I just thought it's good enough for value against Reiner, so...
Yeah, a little bit of a capped range with the small sizing.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, well, interesting, because a couple of guys on the Twitch chat were asking about that one. Aside from that, how are you finding Bratislava?
Oh, I mean, we're having a really, really good time here, so I'm loving it, yeah.
And you think you'll be coming back in the future?
Most likely. I mean, it's close to Vienna, so I think everyone is having a really good time here, so...
And so what's your involvement with Poker Code at the moment? Are you one of the coaches? It must be a lot of work.
Full time. So yeah, I'm one of the head coaches, and then also operationally as CEO. So lots of. I mean, it's basically my full-time job right now. Yeah.
And aside from that, with the mental, you have the app as well, Prime Mind.
Yeah. Actually, our partner Elliot, like my coach, they're doing that full-time. So yeah, that's also running well. It's good.
We can be expecting to see you playing a lot of online and live as well, or is that less time for that these days?
Less online, I think. I mean, the bigger stuff, yeah, for sure. But I mean, in the week, it's just I'm too busy with Poker Code. But live, I'm looking forward to. I'm really. I mean, this is fun and
it's great, right? I've met so many people that I know them online and I've seen their name, and it's just it's surreal. In terms of the Grindhouse too that you've got going on, how are these guys getting on? Are they doing well?
Oh man, it's I mean, it's just 2 weeks now, but it's amazing. It's really nice to to see them thrive, and like they're excited, there's this energy, and let's see let's look again in 3 months, 6 months, like.
And you wanted to bring them here just to give them a taste of what they're in for.
I mean, yeah, they gotta get in the live streets, and obviously also improve online. But then, I mean, I think live poker is a nice balance. You always have something where you can come together. It's also nice because they can share, like travel to spots. You always have good people around you.
And I was speaking to Kate, and she said it was really only just a concept.
I just wanted to know.
Cannot lie now because everything is recording.
Because you said to your friend, that's why I wanted
You are right. No, I said also in English here.
Doesn't matter.
But I said before.
Anyway, I will see what you folded. Go fight.
Ditas! Sorry, my bad.
For the queens. That's what. Let's see.
Στο βλάκο δεν σας βλέπω να φύγετε. Θα πάνε 30 μαζί εδώ πέρα.
If you have more kings, I double up king.
Yes. But I have to play the game like that because I don't know what you
Yeah, I have king also.
We had
Nausai? Ja, so viele aber nicht. Wien ist unter I was behind against boss. Eights and kings.
Hello, welcome back to Banco Casino. I'm joined by Stefan Sontheimer. How are you doing?
All right, all right. Just had a nice dinner at the buffet. So yeah, before just busted the main event, final table bubble boy. It's a little sad, but
Was it the second chocolate cake for sort of like that disappointed post bust out meal?
Absolutely. Yeah. So I've seen before, like when looking at the buffet, that the chocolate cake was out, and someone made it reappear. So I was happy for a couple of minutes. Now I'm sad. No, I'm not. It's like
some comfort in that. So what happened with the bust out? Just to relive it.
Not too much. Actually, a buddy of mine, Yannis, jammed on the button, and like I found pocket fives and had a short stack. So I was supposed to go all in. I was flipping against Queen 9 off, and the turn got me. The river didn't help, and that's the end of the story.
That's the end of that. Unfortunate. So how are things going online at the moment? You're still grinding the Zoom 500?
I'm grinding all kinds of stuff. Like right now I have some trouble in Germany. Some people know about that there's new rules. So Zoom 500 I cannot play right now, but yeah, I'm mainly playing for making poker code videos, and I've actually spent last week in Austria playing some more high stakes from there on all kinds of sites. That was fun, and yeah, that's it mainly.
And how have the cash games been going here? I saw you jumping in the 5-10. It looked like a pretty fearsome lineup, to be honest.
Well, it was a very, very fun game. Like, I actually talked to someone, okay, this is a very tough 5-10. If you look at the playing, it was not tough at all. It was just the names, but we tried to have fun. So we were splashing around.
Lots of beers, lots of out-of-line 3-betting.
Definitely, and the big success for me now, the guy who bubbled me now on the final table, this is where I sucked out on him for like quite a, I mean like a 5.5k pot.
Yeah, that's a lot of money, yeah.
That was the biggest pot of that table, I guess. I didn't participate in the bigger cash games yesterday. I think there was some good stuff running as well.
A bit of 50-50 PLO, I believe.
I was like beer number 12 and I was busy, but so yeah, that was lots of fun, the cash games. Good people around, just lots of fun atmosphere. That's great.
And you're heading to the party tonight, despite the leg?
Definitely. Star at the bar is my role, and I will skip the dancing because I have to, but you'll find me at the bar for sure.
Awesome, I'll take you up on that. And what's next for you? You heading to Vegas at all?
No, because I guess I have to spend 2 weeks before. If they change something, I would like to fly over for 10 days or so, but I'm actually getting married next month, so this.
Congratulations.
Thank you. This is first things ahead, and then go from there. Yeah.
And where's the wedding?
In Tuscany, Italy.
Oh, very romantic. Nice job. Good brownie points there. Nice. Did you pick the destination?
We picked together, yeah. We were looking for like some sunny place for start of October, and that was where it brought us in the end.
And what does she think about the poker?
In the beginning, it was weird. Now she actually wrote me today, like after, I mean, I didn't play a live tournament for 2 years. It's like, oh, it's finally fun to rail you again. I sent her the Poker News live reporting, and she was like, got that like 2 hours ago already. Like, what's up with you? And it was fun. Like, she was like doing stuff at home and railing on the side.
Hello, welcome back to Banco Casino, joined by Rainer Kempe here, online and live professional. How's it been going so far?
Oh, the trip has been nice. Like poker-wise, it's been fairly disastrous, or as disastrous as it can be. But like outside of that, it's a smooth, fun, short trip for me. Nice. Nice to be back at playing live poker after.
Was it the first live event you've been to since the lockdown?
Since like February of 2019, was it?
Oh, wow,
yeah,
okay. And how many bullets did you fire in the main, but going on behind us?
I got 2 in the main, 2 in the high roller, and I think there weren't that many other tournaments, right?
No, and giving up on the high roller now?
They make me give up. Really? There's only a single re-entry, yeah. So.
Yeah. Okay. Unfortunate.
Decision is made for me.
And what was the bust out hand?
I got a 9s to aces and ace jack suited to ace king suited. So yeah, those are fairly unfortunate. Nothing much I could have done, I believe, in these ones.
Yeah, I saw you had a couple of unfortunate spots. I think Kate decided to randomly bluff you as well. Did you see that? Do you remember that hand? Did she tell you?
That's a couple of my friends apparently enjoyed that hand, so I got like a couple of messages about that. Yeah, nice. Fair play, nicely done by her. Like.
Yeah, exactly. An interesting combo to choose. No backdoor equity, but just didn't fancy you for anything.
2 overcards in the backdoor straight. It's not even the worst one. Probably. If there was a backdoor flush with it, it might even be the one.
A bit nicer, yeah, for sure. And so, what's next for you? And what's your involvement with the poker code guys?
No, I mean I'm friends with a bunch of them. Obviously, good friends with Fedor. My involvement is just just showing up basically, and like for the rest of the trip, my plans are probably mainly outside of poker. Just like there's a soccer tournament tomorrow, there's like a players party tonight, like these kind of things. Like good chance I won't touch cards anymore this trip.
No. And in terms of next, is it over to Millions in Cyprus or?
No, I'm skipping that because there's like a friend's wedding or something. Yeah, and then we'll see if we get to go to Vegas. Right? Well, it seems like there's still a few potential issues, but yeah, if I can go, I probably go for at least some of the.
So just focusing mostly on live, or are you playing much online as well? Because obviously it's the W Coupe final weekend.
I've been having a couple of lazy 24 months, kind of. Yeah, I played some Sundays. Yeah.
And any good results?
Like okay-ish, I guess. Nothing that really stands out. But like I guess I'm up overall, which is not.
That's ideal, right? Yeah, it's pretty tough competition these days when everyone's been locked down running sims. So the football tournament, who's the favourites?
It's probably the grindhouse guys like Mario Mosbeck and them, because they all went like semi-professional soccer before they turned to poker, and those will be the team to beat. But I actually like our chances as well. We have a pretty solid team. You gonna follow?
Yeah. What time is it?
Early afternoon, I assume.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be there for sure.
Should be a good tournament. There's some good people showing up.
So outside of the casino happenings, plenty going on, the players' party tonight and the football tournament. Wish you the best of luck in that.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Welcome back to Banco Casino. I'm joined by the legend Fedor Holtz. How are you doing?
Hey, pretty good. Having fun.
Yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
I wanted to ask you about that spot with the Jack 10 where you raised the river there. Was there some live tells going on with that hand?
No, I just thought it's good enough for value against Reiner, so...
Yeah, a little bit of a capped range with the small sizing.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Well, interesting because a couple of guys on the Twitch chat were asking about that one. Aside from that, how are you finding Bratislava?
Oh, I mean, we're having a really, really good time here, so I'm loving it. Yeah.
And you think you'll be coming back in the future?
Most likely. I mean, it's close to Vienna, so I think everyone is having a really good time here. So.
And so, what's your involvement with Poker Code at the moment? Are you one of the coaches? It must be a lot of work.
Full time. So yeah, I'm one of the head coaches, and then also operationally as CEO. So lots of. I mean, it's basically my full-time job right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And aside from that, with the mental, you have the app as well, Prime Mind.
Yeah. Actually, our partner Elliot, like my coach, they're doing that full-time. So yeah, that's also running well. It's good.
We can be expecting to see you playing a lot of online and live as well, or is that less time for that these days?
Less online, I think. I mean, the bigger stuff, yeah, for sure. But I mean, in the week, it's just I'm too busy with Poker Code. But live, I'm looking forward to. I'm really. I mean, this is fun and.
It's great, right? I've met so many people that I know them online and I've seen their name, and it's just it's surreal. In terms of the Grindhouse too that you've got going on, how are these guys getting on? Are they doing well?
Oh man, it's I mean, it's just 2 weeks now, but it's amazing. It's really nice to to see them thrive, and like they're excited, there's this energy, and let's see let's look again in 3 months, 6 months, like.
And you wanted to bring them here just to give them a taste of what they're in for.
I mean, they gotta get in the live streets, and obviously also improve online. But then, I mean, I think live poker is a nice balance. You always have something where you can come together. It's also nice because they can share, like travel to spots. You always have good people around you.
And I was speaking to Kate, and she said it was really only just a concept for some online training content last year, and it's kind of evolved into something more. So what's next for Poker Code?
I mean, lots of ideas, and we try some concepts. We see what works, and then we evolve. So we definitely want to build out the online community.
Yeah.
I mean, community is our #1 thing. So anything around improving the experience for people within poker, like that's our credo. That's our mission. Is we just want to make poker a fun experience for everyone.
Yeah.
So like an event like this, I don't want 90% of the people to leave and be like, I lost money. It's more like 100% of the people leaving like, wow, this was an amazing event. That's our goal.
Yeah. Rather than the bad beat story from the main or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah. And obviously a couple of the higher stakes players in the 550 as well, which is great for recreationals because you don't really get the chance to play for anywhere under, like a 5,000 buy-in with you and us, or Stefan in there all in on the bubble as well earlier on.
I also think it's a nice mix. It's not that it's all pros, but it's like you have the occasional pro that's just in there. Like I saw they're bantering and they're talking to people, and it's kind of fun, but also it's a lot of players who just play for fun and have a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks for the interview, mate.
Sure.
Good luck on the FT.
See you.
Cheers.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, or should I say gents? Full stop.
After an extended hiatus.
Oh yes, we are back with 6 left in the Hendonmob Championship. €250 buy-in, 150,000 guarantee. It absolutely smashed that. Collected 175k. And the top prize is €36,000. So plenty to play for here, and Fabian just going to be pumping it in with the deuces under the gun now, getting dangerously short, almost to the point where he's not got much fold equity, but Jack 3 off I don't think is going to call. I think if he had Jack 3 suited, he's going to have to flick it in, but does get that one through, and that's going to be very welcoming news for him, because if he goes through the blinds there, he is all of a sudden just, you know, 2 big blinds. So 6 now after getting that shoved through. So he was down to 4.
Yeah. Still 200 bigs in play. Very deep, average is like 37 bigs or something.
Which is great for a live €250 tournament, 3-dayer. So the guys came back yesterday for the Sunday day 2. We had day 1s going from earlier on in the week, I think Monday, Tuesday, through to Saturday morning. Great work once again by everyone involved at the Banco Casino, putting out another successful festival stop. We had The Festival, which was very creatively named a couple of weeks back, which surpassed their 300k guarantee, which was a pretty big ask, you know, to put a 550 on. It's still in sort of the post-COVID era. With 300,000 guarantee is a big ask, but they managed to get through that. Managed to hit the guarantee in the poker code as well, the 550 125 main. And here we are once again for a €250 150k guarantee, and coming up even more, the Banco Masters next week. As if the local economy hasn't been rinsed already, we've got more coming. So €170 for that one. Get yourself down to Banco Casino Bratislava, and there will be one leg in Banco Casino Kosice. My Slovakian pronunciation not the best, but check that one out on bancocasino.sk if you're thinking of playing a tournament like this with a great structure, multiple day 1s, and 3-day format. So Dimitri popping it up with the ace-9 off. Seems decent one to do so. Into Yannis's big blind. Fabian here in the small with king-jack off. It's only got 6 big blinds. I think versus Dimitri in the hijack, this one is interesting. He can go multiple ways here. I think shoving is okay because you do dominate some of the hands in Dimitri's range, but also passing and allowing yourself to get a chance to go for a first in shove that's going to have a little bit more of a chance to gain fold equity would be quite nice as well. What do you think?
Yeah, how many did he have? He had like 5, didn't he?
I think he had 6.
Blinds. Well, no, because he's just paid the big blind and
he's
the
just
small blind, so he's probably down to like 4 bigs. He had 1.7 mil behind, so
yeah.
I think I'm probably putting it in there, to be honest.
Just hoping to see.
I think your hand's just
even against ace-9 off there, like your hand's doing pretty well.
Pairs and,
you get the little overlay from the big blind, and
you're going to dominate him a reasonable amount. He's going to have queen jack, jack 10 suited, jack 9 suited, king queen, king 10s, king 9 suited, maybe potentially king 8 suited, a bunch of pairs we flip with.
I mistakenly thought he had 6 big blinds, but yeah, it was about 4.5 or maybe even 4 by that point. Yeah, so. might have been a nice spot to gamble there. And, you know, occasionally you are actually dominating some hands that Dimitri can have. His King 10, his King 9 suited, certainly not going to be folding pre, going to be coming in for an open.
Going in for a race.
That's just stuck with me now. I can't get rid of it. It's rather annoying, that coming in for we see in UK commentary sometimes.
Sometimes. Every hand.
Every hand. Queen 10 off, coming in for an open in the hijack. Pops it up to a million.
Coming in the hijack for an open, coming in. In he comes.
Yep.
Watch him come in now.
In come Jack High, Queen 10.
Coming in for a fold.
And nothing to be done. From our man from Japan, Mr. Muto.
Muto Katsuru. Shigoto wa suki no sushi desu. I can speak a bit of Japanese, you know?
Can you?
Yeah.
Konnichiwa.
Tiny bit. Igarisu katakimashita.
What does that mean?
That means I'm from England.
Okay.
Shigoto wa ski no sushi desu. That means I'm a ski instructor.
Okay. Shigoto wa
ski no sushi desu. Watashi wa Leo desu. That means my name is Leo. Okay, didn't work that one out. Don't say we ain't multicultural. 9-6 suited. Coming in for a raise. Under the gun for JJ. Like it. Letting his hands go now. 8-9 suited in the calf for Joseph. Yeah, just going to fold that one. Ace-10 off on the button for Yanis. If he's been paying attention to JJ's frequencies, he's probably going to VPip this in some form. He does elect to just call, which I think is fine. 6-handed. What country fame are you representing? I think Austria.
Yeah, Austria. I believe Mr. High Five. High five to you, sir. So, Yanis peeling the button here versus Jakob's open.
Yeah, 27-ish big blinds for Dimitri, who's just going to be piling
important
in.
to note, Muto just having a little nap there, just getting a well-needed
I feel
rest.
you, buddy.
Oh, Thomas is saying he's from Slovakia. Thanks very much for that. Wasn't sure about that. And Muto back with the eyes closed, just gaining every possible shred of energy he can get out of that napping routine. And this isn't really much of a decision at all.
It's easy fold.
I think if you're against the best in the world here, it's still a side fold, but
It's not even a sigh, really. It's just like, yeah, alright, one turn. Next turn.
well, I think some of the top players are going to shove like King 10 suited, Jack 10 suited, 10-9 suited occasionally here, aren't they? Versus like the chip leader open and then the chip leader peel.
Yeah,
both
maybe
kind of
not
wide-ish
10-9,
ranges.
but yes, definitely some King 10 suited, Jack 10 suited, but those are just very minuscule combos that we block both of as well. And it's mostly just going to be hands we're crushed by. There's a whole chunk of his range we're crushed by and very little we're dominating, so pretty easy fold. It's also like 28 bigs as well. It's a bit more of a decision if it's like 18 bigs or something, but even then it's still a pretty easy fold. Everybody locked up 8k. Next pay jumps about 1.6k euros. Then up to 5 figures after that, all the way up to 34k for first. Well, almost 35. It's a very nice payday for a 250 euro buy-in. Oh, very nice indeed. Full suited in the hijack, going to be a fold. Yeah, and it's 8-5 off in the cut-off, going to be a fold as well. See what Muto's got there on the button. 8-6 suited. Just next to fold again. Playing 30 bigs. Are you with me?
Totty Lind, hello,
King
sir.
8 off. Coming in for the fold in the small blind. Very tight indeed.
Appreciate the love. Hello to you as well. Did you end up deciding on moving to Bratislava in the end? Totty came for the festival. He's living in Malta for a long time, saying that maybe it's drying up a little bit there and looking for pastures new. So Bratislava is a pretty good spot for a tournament player, isn't it?
Definitely.
Lots of even just the local action. You're going to get a €100 tournament on twice a week on Fridays and Saturdays. One of them's a knockout, which is I think a 150 now.
Is it?
Which makes it a bit more worthwhile. Yeah. 100. It's not a progressive KO. It's just a straight €50 knockout. Yeah.
Those progressive KOs were very good indeed.
Those were nice. Yeah.
Absolutely rinsed them for a few weeks. My best ever streak in tournaments, actually.
In the
4 wins in a row.
4 wins in a row in the local hundreds in Slovakia.
Nice.
Awesome. I'm going to be back as soon as I can as well. Maybe based in Vienna, maybe Bratislava. It's going to be difficult as a UK resident to stay in Bratislava for an extended period of time now because they don't have any kind of citizenship certificates or options or paperwork that you can do, whereas Vienna have something called a third citizenship test or something like that, or third nationality test. I will just check that one. It's called the third national application. You've got to be able to speak German, have a certain amount of money in the bank, and file for some health insurance from their authorities.
Nice.
And if you can do that, then you can stay there for longer than the 3 months.
How much money?
60k in the bank is required.
Fair enough. Seems pretty reasonable.
I don't think that's like bank account. It's just like if you can spread it across assets and stuff like that. But that sounds like if you have that filled out, then you don't need to worry about jobs and or like proving anything.
And presumably that means you could go elsewhere in the EU as well.
Exactly. So it's like a launch pad for more travelling, which is obviously the idea as a poker player. Dimitri just electing to fold the Jack-10 there, just maybe a little bit worried about the mounting chip lead that JJ's building on the button.
Yeah, and just those short stacks as well.
Yeah, doesn't really want to flick it in there.
Snap jams the 10-7 off.
Yeah, we've seen the snap actions be
Once
on the
again,
weaker
not
side.
strong.
And a nice little stare down now as well. Come on, boss, I've got it. And, oh, he's shoved blind, that's why. The way he flipped the card.
He did look.
He did look,
yeah.
didn't
Easy shove though still.
he?
Oh, Queen 7 going crush.
Called by Queen 7, and what a spot to be in with Queen 7 off. You're rarely crushing your opponent here pre-flop, but over 70% equity. And it's going to be a 10 or some diamond or heart funky runouts. Couple of diamonds there to keep. The Cypriot man Marios interested. Deuce on the turn kills that. But
6 for a chop.
For a chop, or a 10 to knock out Fabian. And it's a jack, so Queen High is going to take that one down. He moves up to 3 million chips, which is still very short, 7.5 big blinds, and Marios in the small blind is unfortunately whittled down to just over 5 bigs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, gets to no longer be the short stack though, which is nice. Well, I mean he's still short, but shortest.
Yeah.
Josef.
So Josef, who we've heard from the chat is residing in Slovakia, is a Slovakian player, doing his home country proud on his home turf. So as you can see there, we've had a kind of move from Dimitri up the ranks. He was he struggled earlier, got rivered in a huge spot. Jakub had a tough start, didn't do that great at the beginning, and called a couple of thin spots, and then has managed to navigate his way up into the chip lead and He's composed himself nicely. Yanis has run pretty well, to be fair. To say the least, actually. He's got it in a couple of...
well, in the Kings versus
the
Ace,
Kings, he was ahead. Yeah, the Kings,
really
he was ahead, but then sort of the other guy flopped a set, and then he rivered the better set, so nothing to be really said about that, just the 6-4 suited.
Yeah, 6-4 suited was a launch.
Yeah, and King Jack off. Jakob just continuing to apply the pressure, and we're going to see another flip here for now Marios, fighting for his tournament life. It's going to need to see a hold with those 2 10s, otherwise he's going to be out the door. Don't think that Jakob's going to be going anywhere. It's not really going to affect his position that much. He's still going to be the chip leader if he calls and loses, which helps him. Yep, snap call, King Jack versus 10s. Off to the races. We did see a Jack folded there in the big blind. So Marios with the better side of the flip in this situation. And Queen Deuce 4 with 2 spades, so lots of interesting turn cards that can come. A 9, a Jack is just a disaster for Marios. And now staring exit in the face, but there's the 10 on the river, and he manages to keep his hopes alive. And we've seen a couple of those all-ins now. That's the second one where it's been the suck out and then the resuck. A wry smile there from Jakob, from JJ, who realises that, you know, not much to be done there really. Still got the chip lead. He's got chunks. And time to order some food from Marios there. I think I saw a menu flying around, so he might have thought, well, I've only got 4 big blinds. I'll pass on that one. Nothing worse than the food coming and you're just being bussed out of the tournament.
Yeah. Where's this guy gone? He ordered food. Nothing for nobody this round so far. 7-5 off this whole line, probably just going to complete this one. Muto's been pretty passive, so yeah, just 2-suit a check there. Great hand to ISO, but doesn't go for it. Off to a flop, second pair for Yanis. He's just going to come straight in for a bet, trying to protect his hand a little bit, just get all those kind of, you know, Queen 8 offs and stuff to fold. All the hands that have 6 outs. Just trying to clean up his equity a little bit, does take it down.
Damianos Oresti in the chat saying Pamedi. Not sure what that means, but I'm sure that that might be some kind of support for Marios finding that magical 10.
Big and bright, Ace-8 suited under the gun for Jakob. He's going to be opening this one up for sure. Ooh, and a pair of ladies for Marios, who's now down to around 14 big blinds. Or should say up to 14 big blinds after doubling up there, catching the 10 on the river. Not often you get there when the Jack's on the turn, so that's very nice. He's all in, the 1 chip all in. Oh, and Queens for Joseph as well. Queens against Queens.
interesting spot now. It gets round to Jakob, who's actually got a...
it's 14 bigs for the first one, so
oh,
I think
is
he's
it
just going to be a
14?
fold, yeah.
Still going to fold.
Close though. If it was a little bit less, he'd be in a very close spot, being able to eliminate 2, but he's just going to let it go this time.
He's actually 40%, incredible.
Yeah. If he could see their hands, he might call.
Yeah, definitely would. Yeah. Discipline lay down. Not going to get this spot very often, that's for sure. Both of them have... oh, hey! That'll be... you have pair, sir? I have pair.
4 flush incoming. It's inevitable when you get it in pair versus pair. Somebody has to win. Yeah. Knew it. Oh, I thought that was 2 diamonds.
No, no.
Right.
But I guess Fabian had the advantage, right? Because Jakob folded 2 diamonds.
Yeah, exactly. Chop it up.
But last, would you have beaten us? No, no, no.
Yep. Good fold. Marius under the gun, 16 bigs with deuces. Few more folds.
Dimitri with Jack 7 off. Will he elect to limp? Will he elect to just let it go? I'd probably like to see some form of continue. Just limp.
Yeah, just limp. Oh,
lets it go, and Jakob had the same hand. There's a little bit of a theme running on
yeah, he
here.
folded the king 8 the last orbit as well in the small blind done open, so it's just been a little bit tight there.
Yeah. It is a very uncomfortable spot that people don't like to play, isn't it? So I think people just elect to play a little bit too snug instead of being in a tough, tricky situation post-flop.
Because now, if somebody notices you folding your small blind every orbit, then when you do suddenly start to limp or ISO, limp or raise first in, then they're going to be a little bit more suspicious and potentially start to just not be giving you as much action, which is kind of bad. Like, you want them to be able to attack your limps because you're going to throw some strong hands in that limp range to limp jam. But if you're just folding every single time and then you start to limp, the big blind's just going to be far more incentivized to just start checking back more often, because he thinks you're overfolding in the first place, so his ISO is not going to be as effective.
Yep, makes perfect sense. Yanis finding the king 10 suited. Lovely spot to pop it up there to 900k is going. And Dimitri now with the ace queen suited.
And we'll see on set.
A little furrow of the brow.
Yeah, this is a somewhat tricky spot. I think a shove is completely fine. A call is reasonable in position on the button, and a 3-bet not all in also fine.
Yeah, you can go 3 ways here. Obviously, I think it would be a mistake to fold, but everything else seems
other than that
pretty reasonable. Let's see what he lands on. He's going to go for a less than 3x in position 3-bet. I think we're probably going to see a flop here.
I think that's fine for this stack depth. And I mean, this is literally the first 3-bet we've seen at this whole final table.
3-bet non-all-in, the first one, We've seen JJ 3-bet the ace-jack, That was the only one I can remember.
Discipline fold, but I think it's good. I think it's good play.
Yeah.
Just a bit too shallow to be continuing there. Like, they'll already be 6 million in the pot, and we're playing like 10 million behind or something. So the SPR is just like, you know, not really deep enough. We're going to flop a lot of gut shots and backdoor straight draws, backdoor flush draws with a combo like that with the gaps. So we're also just going to be dominated because so much of his free betting range is going to be all the ace king offs. It's like so many combos in there of ace king. So I like that discipline laydown. Also, we're just like crushed by some bluffs, king queen off, ace 10 off.
Yep. That's fair. Muto just again not looking really to enter the pot here, just kind of hanging on in there in the middle. Had the 6-5 suited, could have been a hand he wanted to open. Not a great hand on an FT really.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with folding it now, but earlier he had a couple of better opportunities.
Yeah, and JJ here with the 3 deuce suited.
Limping.
Looks like a limp.
Yeah, I don't know. This is not what you want to be doing. You want to be limping with hands that force these blinds into a spot where they can be dominated.
Yeah.
So, for example, limping something like Jack 9 suited is good because it forces the big blind to be in there with his like Jack deuce offs and stuff. But here is the other way around. You're forcing yourself into a spot where they automatically can dominate you.
Yeah. Very strange.
And best flop for Joseph. The 9-4. He's flop best here, and Jacob's obviously going to be stabbing this board. When he limps, he's just pretty much going to be stabbing any 2, I think. Or any flop, I should say.
I think that's probably his plan, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, I don't think Joseph can really fold. I think he just has to shove and hope
let's
for
see
the
what he
best.
arrives on. It's, yeah. Yeah, lovely. Big fan of the jam.
Yeah. Nice that.
You just have to be kind of resigned to your fate. Of course, you're...
flop the pair, beat some draws,
yeah, exactly.
get called by worse, let's go.
Exactly. Can't just kind of hang around for a turn, it comes to jack, and then you have to fold,
exactly.
like, you know.
Now or never.
Yep.
The button limp's not going to be very strong.
No, exactly. If he's got his occasional trap there, then good luck to him.
Got 10, I don't know, 10-8 suited or something, then so be it. Jack off and the cut off for JJ. Easy open. Couple of folds. See what Giannis has got in the big blind. Queen 7 suited he's going to be defending for sure. Domination nation for JJ. Queen high flop one time, please do that.
Uh, 10-3-3. JJ's got 2 clean overs. Some backdoor straight draw stuff. Just a good board for him as well because the big blind's not really going to defend much of the offsuit 3x in this spot when they're both chip leaders. But he does find the check back. I think we just want to be range betting.
Yeah,
range betting that board for about 20% pot, something like that.
Yeah.
And he does allow Giannis to improve to the 7 now, which is going to be troublesome for him because if he does go for the delayed c-bet just to try and target some of the king highs, maybe the odd ace high, fold. And now just allowing Giannis to, you know, realize that 3-out equity and actually hit. Ooh, but it doesn't matter when you improve to the jack on the river, and that will be a beautiful sight for JJ here, just thinking in his head, well, how much can I bet now?
We just floated the turn here with bear queen high.
Who, Giannis?
Yeah.
He's got queen 7.
No, but
no,
check,
check,
bet, call,
check, bet, call, and now
I thought he led the 7 and got called by Queen Jack.
And yeah, this has been quite sticky actually. He's snap called a couple of rivers now, where you know you don't need to just snap put the chips in and be resigned to your fate. You could think about the decision.
Check back call, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is going to be a call a lot of the time. You don't have any diamonds in your hand. There's a lot of potential bluffs. The thing is, though, what really does JJ bluff for a third on the river?
When he checks back the flop, he's very, very showdown orientated, and the hands that had showdown on the flop still have showdown on the river. The underpairs to the board, the ace highs, and then this obvious peel on a turn would be 8-9 or like diamonds. You're really only bluffing some weird hand like 5-6 of diamonds that check back.
Yeah.
So
which probably just bets anyway on the flop.
Yeah, which just bets the flop. So I think we could actually just make a pretty disciplined fold on the river there, personally.
So ace-9 off for JJ, going to be opening this one up for sure. He's played pretty well so far, I think.
Yep.
Up to the chip lead. Potentially played a few spots a little bit on the passive side, but I think for the most part he's definitely the person that understands what hands he can open in which situation the best. Ace-6 off for Fabian here. This is yeah, I mean, I guess I know what he's thinking. He's got the ace blocker and he's against someone that's opening very wide, but there could be some better candidates to jam. Rather than the issue is here, you know, Jakob is still opening under the gun 6. It's not like he's just got the full deck, and you do run into some hands if you shove and get called here that could be problematic for you, almost drawing dead and just mostly to the 6. So does fold round, I think, from what we've seen so far from Muto. He's going to fold the ace-5 and does, and now Dimitri in the big blind with the jack-10 suited. Slight size up, but it's not really that much of a problem when you've got such a beautiful hand. You're just going to be continuing in one way, shape or form. And versus under the gun, I don't think a jam is necessary for this many big blinds. So to the flop we go. Great board for JJ. Opening first 2 acts, even with the chip lead, still going to be the range that has all of the stronger hands on this board. The ace-kings, the suited king-x, the aces, ace-3 suited. And Dimitri there, even with the backdoors, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, just against the the strength of the top of that range from JJ, just making sure that he gets that one through. And again, a nice little chip up there. Looks nice and composed after the early stuff. Done well to get his head back in the game and continue in a valiant fashion. And now starting to see a couple of short stacks get towards the danger zone there. Josef in seat 3, Marios in seat 2. These guys are really under the cosh now. You could see from the fold that Josef had to make in the last hand that he was getting a little bit frustrated with just kind of moving down shorter and shorter. 10-8 suited here in the hijack, just not going to be the sort of hand. Yeah, just from the body language there you can see he's a little bit hesitant to fold, just kind of wants to get in the mix, wants to see how he's going to get on, just needs to have that patience. Don't want to force it on final tables. There's a lot of other people that can make mistakes if you don't enter the pot. So I think that the move there is definitely correct. So just fold that one. And it's ace-queen versus ace-queen here. So we're going to see a sneaky flat here from JJ. I don't mind that. He is obviously quite deep with Yanis. And JJ with the free roll here. Both have ace-queen on a queen-high board, but he's got the backdoor clubs. So be interesting to see how these play out when both people have the same hand. Less interesting when they both flop top pair, as I think the hand's going to kind of play itself. However, does he elect to raise the flop? Does he really want to play a huge pot? I think the peel is nice. Yeah, does come in for that, and I can see that being good. The size up from Yanis is worrying if you don't have a strong hand, and does turn that backdoor equity with the queen of clubs. Yanis now, he's looking at that board thinking, well, 9-8 got there, clubs got there. That's quite a big part of the big blind defending range, you know, the suited varieties. He's going to be mostly suited heavy. And Jakob's just going to have a look back at his cards. Does see
sure we do have the free roll.
Does see the queen of clubs there, and again, something to note is the difference in bet sizing on the flop and turn here from what we can see as a recreational player. Okay, so he's raised to 900 pre. He's been defended from the big blind. There's about just over 2 million in there. Bets 1.6 million. It's a large size, right?
Yeah.
Turn, sweaty card, improves the big blind a lot. You see the same size once again, just indicating that he likes his hand on the flop, doesn't like his hand on the turn so much, but still thinks it's worthy of a bet, just doesn't want to commit to the larger size, and it does go check on the river. JJ gets that one done. I think if I were in JJ's shoes there, facing that turn sizing, you could argue some kind of small lead there. Just not going to see the king or the ace of clubs very often bomb the naked king or ace of clubs. Sorry, very often bomb the flop and then bet small on the turn.
Yeah, huge chip lead for Jacob now.
Yeah, that was a huge spot. Backdooring clubs there is running nice and hot there. And
how did he get the rest?
Just a couple of raises and takes.
Pots,
yeah, small pots. He's been the most active player, I'd say.
Yeah,
just
by
kind
a long way.
of happy to get in there.
Excuse me.
We've really not seen much from Muto from Japan. Dimitri's played quite well, but you know has been kind of caged by his position. He's just been a middle stack for the entirety of the FT.
Yeah.
So I think he's navigated his situation quite well. These two there in the screen, seat 2, Marios in the hoodie, and seat 3, Josef there in the grey hoodie. They've been short the entire way, so they've kind of been caged as well. Yanis in seat 4 there with the Milwaukee Bucks t-shirt. He's been very active, but you know, just not really gone his way as of late. after hitting a few big rivers. And Josef there getting a nice steal through there with the ace blocker.
Yeah, he's chipping up a little bit.
Yeah, he's done okay.
Hanging on in there.
Mm-hmm.
10-8 suited for. Oh, it's still no. Or was that 10-8 off suit? It's hard to tell from here. I think it was off suit actually, which makes it a fine fold. Not Jacob's not going to be folding the ace on fine.
Just going to jam, I think.
Yeah, I think it's too short.
15 effective with the big blind and about, well, less than 10 with the small. Any ace, just going to be an all-in. Yeah, it's. Yeah, thought he'd limp there for a second. That would have been a bit funky, and just gets it through. It's quite nice with this distribution where you've got the shorter player in the small blind, because once he folds, then the second shortest player is under an immense amount of pressure.
Yeah.
If it's the other way around, you see the second just fold a lot, and then the big blind is going to cool off quite wide. But in this spot, the guy who's going to cool off wider is kind of worried about the other guy behind, whether they're going to collide. So,
yep.
Nice one. Just something small to look out for.
King Queen suited for Muto. Finally found a hand he can pip. So it's just going through though. Ace 3 off, probably just going to be a fold as well. Definitely going to be a fold.
Yeah, I think that's the first hand he's played at about an hour.
Yeah.
He's been asleep for most of the final table. No, he hasn't, but yeah, Muto's definitely been on the more conservative side.
Yeah, I don't really know what he's tanking for here.
Yeah, he's been a little bit of a Hollywooder as Josef.
Nothing for Yanis. Getting it through there, Muto. Chip up a little.
Yep.
Now you can sleep 3 hours. But no more.
Job well done there.
See a cooler. Why not?
Why not?
Yep, good start.
Ace Queen for JJ. This is going to be looking like the absolute nuts compared to the range that he's going to be opening in this spot. Got the 2 short stacks to his left, and then once they fold, can apply a lot of pressure to Yanis and Muto in the blinds. And Fabian now loves his ace-X. He's been pondering on a lot of these ace-X hands pre versus Jakob's raise, so I wouldn't actually be surprised to see him go for the jam here. I think he's been gearing up towards it just from what his body language is saying. Yeah. Does go for the jam. Button versus hijack. And unfortunately does run into it this time. In fact, every other time it probably would have worked, but this is the time it didn't. So that's just the way poker goes sometimes.
Yep.
And he needs one of 3 8s.
Or we'll be down to 5, which would be like a...
Lost the spot yesterday versus Nick Mamone deep in the 250. Yeah.
Good old Nick.
8 on the flop, 8 on the turn, 8 on the river.
It never fails to get there, does it?
Queen on the turn seals the deal for Jakub Janosowski, and that will be that for Josef Fabian, who fought valiantly, came in with a short stack. He was one of 3 coming into the final table, rather short. And to get 6th there, coming in short, not the end of the world. He's going to take home about 10,000 euros, I believe. So could be worse. And the domination of the final table continues to side with JJ there in your picture. Just getting it done, finding a lot of hands to open. Isn't scared to get in the mix. And he has 80 big blinds compared to 28, 25, 20 and 9. So will be good to see how he continues here, because he's in such an amazing spot. This is what you dream of as a tournament player, having a chip lead in a tournament with a lot of strong ICM pressure on your opponents, and just being able to put them in the bin every hand. It's very satisfying. And Dimitri just applying the pressure there. He's noticed that Muto has been playing rather passively, and seeing that 6-2 suited and a limp from the small blind, and just saying, you know what, no, 4.1 to go. And gets that one through. Got anyone in the chat? No, if you guys are tuned in, please feel free to drop us a little comment. Tell us what you're up to, who you're cheering for. See, there's 136 of you lurking on YouTube. Marios, easiest decision of his life. Ace King, 9 big blinds under the gun on a final table. Triangle, please, dealer. Jack 4 for Muto, not going to be doing anything, and it's going to be looking at our chip leader, Jakub Janosowski, in the big blind to see whether Marios gets any action here. Looks like some kind of decision. Let's get those cards on the RFDI scanner, please, sir. This is a stream final table. So we can sweat with Jakub. What do we think is going to be a tricky spot here? It's going to be something like Ace 10 off, pocket 6s, pocket 5s, King Queen, King Jack suited, King 7 suited. Wow, that is wide. Again, Jakub just stepping a little bit out of line with the calling ranges, not realizing how tight most people are with their shoving ranges on final tables, and kind of adjusting the other way. But the way he's gone recently, needs to find a 7 or some backdoor hearts. Could even find a funky chop every now and then. Oh, the 8 of hearts is going to be sweaty for Marios, who it's just never easy, is it? As the short stack, you pile it in, you get called by a worse hand. JJ trying to conjure up the heart, but the 9 of spades seals the double up for Marios from Cyprus, I believe. He's now up to 10 million. And JJ doubling them up there. Certainly a wide call. 9 big blinds. I think King 10 suited, King Jack suited are going to be actually tricky decisions versus what you actually see people turn up with in terms of the shoving range in live poker. Very often it's too tight of a range. He might be thinking, well, he's going through the big blind and the ante next hand, he might just jam a little bit wider. I'm probably getting a decent prize here. If I knock him out, then I'm even more of a chip leader. But just want to try and preserve your chip lead as much as possible. In the situation he's in, he can open a lot of hands. He's going to get a lot of raise first in situations. People are just playing very passively against him. So to make a very thin call there, in comparison to all of the chips that he can pick up without showdown, certainly want to be erring on the side of tighter calls, I think, rather than gambling with the short stacks. So the only information on Marius on his Hendonmob is 1 cash, and that was in a $275 tournament in the Merit Casino here in Kyrenia, in northern Cyprus, where we are at the moment. Here we go then, Muto back in the mix. Hasn't had much to work with. He pops it up with the pocket 9s there and just going to get this one through. So 5-handed now. 36,000 euros and change up top. And apparently this is his 29th flag on his Hendonmob profile. I'm just going to have a little look and see if I can find the data on the most flags of all time, because that's quite interesting. That must be up there. Top 1,000. So the leader of all time is a guy called Casey Castle, who's on 45. And Andrew Hills, who I know quite well, on 31, and this will be his 29th. Muto is actually 6th in the world for the most number of different caches. And looking at his Hendonmob, I can see Portugal, Philippines, Montenegro, South Korea, Belgium, Czech Republic, Narnia, which I've never heard of, and Las Vegas, of course, in America, Poland, Malta, Macau. He's really been around, must love his poker. Looks like they might be potentially discussing some kind of deal here. Jakob's left the table as the chip leader, which you certainly don't want to be doing, because every hand that you play in is the chance to gain more chips when you've got 4 guys that are kind of close together. And Muto in the big blind, who's been playing on the tighter side. Dimitri here going to go for the long range steal. Jakob's out of the picture, so just using that ace blocker to his advantage. Knows that he's going to be less likely to run into hands like ace king, ace queen behind him. So he takes the initiative, but he does run into ace queen, unfortunately, and Yanis just going to rip it in there. Doesn't want to mess around. 500k big blind. He's just got less than 30 big blinds. 5-handed, but actually 4 because JJ wasn't there, so easy decision there. Absolute monster 4-handed is ace queen offsuit. Have a look at some of his results now, shall we, on Hendonmob. His last result was in 8A8 Bucharest. Came 3rd in a €200 PLO tournament there, which had 12 entries. Looks like he's been around a little bit. Amsterdam, he played the WPT. That was before COVID started. We were actually in the same spot when it all went a bit south. WPT Brussels as well. Been touring around Central Europe for the most part. And his biggest score, I will find. Actually, it just looks like a lot of between 1 and 5k cashes. Largest score of 4,000. This is just an average player that's been playing for a while, enjoys the game. Dimitri there. Let's have a look at his Hendonmob. I think he's mostly a live cash player. So JJ defending the big blind here, out-flopping Muto, who's opened the button with ace-5 off. Does flop a gut shot, so it's kind of a natural spot to continue here. Folding out a hand like king-9 isn't the worst result, is it? Because he's got 6 live outs. And so it's kind of between value and protection. And JJ here with, I think, a natural continue. I don't think you really want to be opening. Muto's been on the tighter side. Raising is just going to isolate yourself against better hands for the most part. There's not really many continues that you're ahead of with the 5 because you're blocking hands like ace-5. Does turn a flush draw as well, so he's going to certainly be seeing a 5th card. But it just goes snap, check, check, and Muto improves to the wheel on the river. And I think with the queen on the turn, that's going to slow JJ down a little bit. He's still going to be fearful that Muto is going to check back a hand like King Jack or Jack 10 or Jack 9. So not really the spot to be going for thin value. And Muto now, let's see what size he goes for. Looks like a 3rd pot. Something around 1.4 million, 1.8. So in that kind of middling range. And I think his line is quite consistent with a jack as well. He can definitely, oh my word, and JJ's gone for the check jam with the 5-3, and very unfortunate spot to run into there. And I don't blame him at all for doing that, because he's thinking, well, Muto here can be trying to value bet a hand like King Jack, Jack 10, Ace Jack, and I've got the 5 blocker. I'm just going to rifle it in his eyes. Just very rarely going to have a straight or a hand that can call once he checks back the turn, does cap himself, and just really unfortunate to run into the rivered wheel there. A nice aggressive move, and unfortunately bad timing, but good to see him do that. Yeah, Romania. Sorry, I don't know if I said that correctly. Muto's 6th on the most flags of all time. Yeah, with 29 now. Andy Hill's obviously up there, loves it. Wonder where I'd be. About 12, I think. Anyway, back to the action. Muto opening it up in the cutoff. Sorry, Marios defending Jack 7. Both players not going to be really liking these boards. No additional equity for Marios with his Jack high, and Muto just happy to take it the showdown with the 2 overcards now. 6 of spades doesn't really change an awful lot, and yeah, just going to give that one up, and Muto moves up to 22 million now after the check jam from JJ. I think it was a valiant effort, but just unfortunate timing there. Holding that all-important 5 blocker. We've seen Muto play quite tight. I don't think he's even going to open 6-5 suited on the button into the chip leader from what we've seen so far. So it really is Ace-5 and Ace-5 only that he loses to there. Maybe the occasional trapped queens that he's like check back the turn with for deception or something like that, but even then. So the next up for the Hendonmob Championship is actually the Japanese Poker Festival, which I'm sure Muto will be going to. They've got a 3-day festival between the 5th and the 7th of November. And that's going to be in Tokyo at the Grand Central Tower in a couple of weeks' time. Yeah, absolutely. They're packing a lot of events into to a very short time frame. Got the main event. They've got the Super Midnight Gorilla. I'm not sure what that is. There's Tokyo Sports Turbo Tournament. They got 10 events in 3 days. Yeah, how much is that? 10,000 yuan. Oh, really? Very low stakes then. Are you sure, yeah? Cool. £31 main event. Oh, is that because of the local gambling restrictions or something like that? Yeah, £32 main event. I've never seen a main event so small apart from the UK Student Poker Championship. Yeah, not sure how that works there, or why it's worth it for the rake and stuff. I guess if you're even doing 20% rake, it's £6 each, so doesn't get you much. So Dimitro here, flopping the best of it, and getting a continue out of Yanis in the big blind with his overcard gut shot. And I think the second barrel's going to get the job done here, as it does. And I will just leave you in Leo's capable hands for a second.
Five left on the bubble for a 5-figure score now. 9k locked up and 9600 or something. And about 11k for fourth, so very decent score already. For a €250 buy-in. But still a bunch to play for. 34, just over 34k up top, 34,600. Very, very nice indeed. Still anyone's game. Ace King for JJ. Still obviously be opening this one. Hopes to make it 1.2. Just absolutely sails through. Now queens, back to back, ace king, pocket queens, card rack. $1.2 again. Nothing for anybody to play back at him with yet though. Muto snap folds the small blind, don't get to see what he had. And Dimitri going to be folding the king out off in the big blind as well. Short stacks approaching the blinds now. They're both going to be praying for a spot to get their chips in. Sorry, we've just got one short stack now, don't we, of course. Joseph managed to ladder himself up to 6th, but couldn't last any longer. Now, Mariusz, lone short stack. Queen 10 off under the gun. 13 bigs, not going to be quite good enough. Even 5-handed, it's just not quite strong enough. Does find the fold. They started off with a cut off though, as I expect Yanis to know. Definitely an open, the ace-9, the ace blocker, just very, very valuable. Playing in position against the chip leader in the big blind. Dimitri, not going to be folding this one, I assume. Probably just going to be completing from what we've seen so far. I mean, it would just be the right play anyway. So. Oh, it looks like he's coming for a min raise. 3x.
Goes for the 3x.
Yeah. Good size if he's going to open. I think the hand is just a limp play.
Yeah, hand plays nicely as a limp. You can limp call comfortably.
Yeah. JJ is going to be defending this one. Maybe
induce some wide ISOs. Just plays well versus the check back range as well. Dominates a lot of Queen and Jack X.
Yeah.
JJ's going to peel. King 10 off. Performs very strongly in position, blind v blind. Flopping a lot of top pair. And swing and a miss for both players, but Dimitri's going to be a bit worried about this board. Doesn't really interact with his range that well.
No. Does hit the big blind. Somewhat. I mean, less than normal.
Smashing the big blind.
Yeah, the big blind's going to fold a bit more of the kind of offsuit stuff that connects with this board pre-flop more than he normally would in the ICM situation, so it's not a complete disaster. But then we've just got Queen High out of position, so looks like JJ is probably just going to take this down.
And Dimitri does fold the second best hand. JJ just having a stab at it in position. Dimitri giving him the keys to the bank, and he's opening up the safe and chucking his hand in and grabbing what he can. So 5 left in the Hendonmob Championship Main Event. Day 3 of 3. And we are left with a Ukrainian, a Slovakian, a Cypriot, a Greek, and a Japanese player. So something for all the family. Which just goes to show the great work that Banco Casino have been doing recently with spreading out mid to low stakes tournaments, affordable for all, and lots of neighbouring nations coming to Slovakia now.
Neighbouring nations like Japan.
He's certainly come for the longer trip. The rest of them coming to Slovakia from European nations, and we've seen a lot of growth in the tournaments that are being put on by the Banco Casino. Jack 9 off, just not even wanting to see a flop there versus Muto, who takes it down with his ace-X steal. Had the chip leader in the small blind, always quite a nice spot to go for the steal. And increases his lead in second place. JJ obviously taking that hit, check jamming the bottom pair plus the straight blocker and running into the wheel of Muto earlier on. And Marios once again in the danger zone, 11 big blinds. He's not really had much of a card rush that he could use to his advantage, but has been very patient and just been waiting for a spot. Ace-2 off in the hijack, not going to get it done, and 6-5 off in the cutoff as well. Folds round to JJ. We're going to expect to see a very wide button open here. He can just easily raise fold a lot to the small blind, who's been on the tighter side anyway. Still yet to see what JJ has, but can expect him to just have a lot of stuff here. 6-7 suited, of course, not going to fold in the big blind from Yanis. Going to see a flop. We go heads up. Flicks them in there. Almost hesitantly. And flops the bottom end of the gutter with no backdoor flush draw. Probably just going to see a check and expect to see JJ bet this at quite a high frequency. Does check back. That's gonna, looks like he's gonna have some showdown value with that check back quite a lot of the time. 8 of diamonds going check check. Yanis improving to the straight. And goes for the value bet on the end. Bets around a third pot. Targeting some of the hands like, I guess, 8-7, ace-8 definitely can take this line. And we're never going to know what JJ had, but I'd imagine some kind of 8 in that line. King 8, ace-8, 8-7. Certainly has the free rein to open wide, but I think 10-6 off is going to be pushing it, to be fair. Yeah, lets that one go. Marios now. Ooh, King 9 suited on the button with just over 10 bigs. Lovely spot to rip it in. Don't want to be shying away from these as the short stack. These are your best chances to chip up if you do get called by a hand like ace-jack. You've got great equity anyway. Does shove it in. Lovely stuff. And Yanis in the small blind with ace-6 suited. Just not wanting to get in there with a player behind. And Marios there showing the power of the all-in, just getting a better hand to fold, and chips up nicely. Will be around 6.5 million now. Yanis on the button with the King 10 off. Definitely a nice candidate to be popping up. And Japan Poker Festival entering the chat. Thanks very much for joining us. That's going to be next on the list for the Hendonmob Championship. After this main event in Bratislava. 175k from €250 buy-in, the biggest ever, according to Roland Boothby, who is one of the main men behind everything you see from the Hendonmob brand. And the flop goes check check on ace 5 deuce rainbow. Yanis there potentially missing a c-bet, and allows the man from Japan, Muto, to have a stab at the turn and takes it down. Up to 24 million chips now. I believe he's peaking for the tournament. Certainly for the final table anyway. Dimitro here, picking up the ace-queen in the small blind. Is he going to stick to that 3xing strategy? Does indeed make it 1.5 million, and JJ once again has a hand that he can defend in position. Jack-8 suited, playing beautifully. Let's see what we see on the flop. 6 deuce deuce club club. It's a nice one for Dimitro to continue small. Certainly going to be a value bet in this situation. Ace queen high, just going to be wanting to deny some equity. A hand like 10-9, 7-8 has some overcards and backdoor flush draws, backdoor straight draw type stuff, and just getting that to fold straight away is quite nice. And it goes check check, which is quite a tricky from both players. Both players could have stab. I guess JJ can't really rep that much and doesn't want to get check raised here. Would be a nice board for Dimitro to check raise quite a lot of hands aggressively, as he knows that JJ is going to be stripped of a lot of deuce X. Not going to be defending offsuit deuce X, that's for sure, and even some of the suited stuff is just going to want to fold free as well. But we do see a bet of 2 million, just over half pot on the turn. And a tricky spot now for JJ. I think we're going to see a call. Still a decent amount of the time that Dimitro could have been just giving up on the flop or just wanting to try and take something to showdown, but he jams. Oh my word, this is a massive shove from JJ, and I don't get it really. The board is just very locked down. I don't think you're ever going to get an ace to fold here. What can you really represent? A check back deuce, 6 is full, ace 6. Ace 6 is probably going to bet the flop, wants to fold out overcards and deny some equity. And Dimitro here is going to think about it, but it's just never going to fold. You can't just assign your opponent to a deuce. He can have a hand like he's got clubs. Yeah, he's a little bit confused as to what he's going to see from his opponent here, but does end up flicking in the call, and JJ here, a little bit of a misstep. I really liked the 5-3 check jam earlier, was unlucky to run into it, but this one here on a board that favours the opener, just have to respect the fact that they're going to have a lot of ace X here, especially that flop as well. It's going to be quite showdown driven, which is going to reside around a lot of ace highs, and goes for a pretty meaty size on the turn as well, and just repping too thin of a value range. Eric saying, are any of the remaining players pros? I know JJ quite well. I know he plays a lot of poker. I think he's playing low-stakes tournaments online for the most part. Dimitro is a very capable recreational player. And not sure on the other three guys. I think Yanis is a recreational. I think Muto the same. And I'd guess that Marios seems pretty competent himself. I'm not sure whether he's full-time or not, but everyone has a pretty good understanding of the game from what we've seen. And you would imagine so anyway, for someone to make it this far in a tournament with a good structure. The level does tend to get higher as the more recreational players get whittled out towards the start of the event. And by the final 5, usually left with some pretty strong players. And Muto going for the steal with the ace-8 off. And Marios in the big blind with the 5-3 suited is going to come in for a defend here, just trying to try and flop a piece. Some hearts, a 5 or a 3. That's one of the interesting ones now, because Muto flops the world. Open-ended straight draw, open, and the nut flush draw, I should say. And so we're going to see a continuation bet out of him, and Marios in a really tough spot. These monotone boards out of position as a short stack, really tricky to maneuver. Your 5 could be good, but a lot of the time when you are faced with the C-bet, there's going to be a club in there. There's going to be a 7x, 6x, overpair. He can have the occasional flush. And I think he makes a good lay down there, even though he did flop a piece and had a gut shot with it. Just not a board that, out of position as a short stack, you want to be putting too many more chips into the pot. Jakob here on the button with the Jack-9 off. Just going to let it go now. Now as the medium stack, not really incentivized to enter the pots. And also, wow, and Marios folds the 9-7 suited in the small there. That's a clear jam. 10 big blinds, 9-7 suited. You're going to get a lot of folds, and if you do get called by a hand like Yanis had, ace-3 off, you're going to be in a great spot anyway. But just going to get so many folds and pick up the blind and ante there. And as the clear short stack as well, just not going to get many spots like that where you've only got one player to go through and you've got a pretty strong hand. Not really able to wait around. Your fate has kind of been dealt to you. You know, you've got to take those. Yes, they are uncomfortable. Of course, you got 9 high, but in the grand scheme of things, well, just proves what do I know, right? Because he gets ace-jack suited the next hand and finds the premium after making a pretty tight laydown. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Pretty ABC. I think JJ's certainly been in there battling, but just hasn't really, none of his moves have really worked out too well. Did chip up nicely to about 30 million and then took a rough one, ran into the straight of Muto, and then ran into Dimitro there as well. Marios here with the 10-9 suited. Can do a number of things here. Limping, shoving, min raising all on the table. I think folding could be deemed as a little bit tight, but Yanis next to act. And he's taking no chances here, just piling that 15 million straight into the middle. And wow, he's going to run into Dimitro here with the pocket jacks in the big blind, and we are off to the races. King or queen needed to preserve Yanis's tournament life, and he's definitely been running the best of it on the final table so far. He's been in a couple of tricky spots and managed to wriggle his way out of it, so let's see if he can find a king or a queen to once again remain in this Hendonmob Championship Main Event in Bratislava. Off we go to the flop. And it's a safe one for Dimitro. He even picks up a gut shot as well, which could ease his concerns. Would love to see a 9 right about now in a 31 million flip. 5 left for 36,000 up top. There is the 9. So now Yanis needs a jack and a jack only for the win. And it's another 9. So Dimitro there taking that one down. He moves up to 38 million, and he is our new chip leader. Four left now in the Hendonmob Championship. You see a wry smile there from JJ, who has had it rough for the last hour or so and must be thinking, well, come on, at least give me a ladder, something to work with. And does get that ladder, and now 4 left. And I'll just get the information on the payouts for you now. €36,000 for first. We know that. Let's have a little look at if we can get the info on the other payouts. Dimitro in the small blind now. He can apply a lot of pressure on JJ here in the big 600k big blind. I think a jam could be in order just because you've got Marios there lurking in 4th, who's shorter than JJ. Would have run into it on this occasion, and it's going to get either shoved on or ISO'd. Not sure how JJ is going to play it. I think with the suited ace jack, it's quite a nice one to ISO, but I don't mind this. He's had it pretty rough and doesn't want to take any chances, just wants to lock up the 2 big blinds. Oops, sorry about that. Just wants to lock up the 2 big blinds in there. And Dimitro not snap folding, so let's see if he does go for the limp call here. Would be a little bit thin. Talking about 23 big blinds, yeah, just does let it go. It's a nice laydown. He's made the correct decisions after some deliberation for the most part. Preserves his chip lead. Doesn't really dominate that much. Is JJ really just going to shove in King 9 for 22 over a limp there? I'd say not. He could definitely have some suited aces, like ace 5, ace 4, ace 6 suited, but again, those hands just play quite nicely as a check back as well. You've got some coverage on the ace-high boards, which are going to be played aggressively from the chip leader. But JJ with the 2 big blind pickup, and we move on. Muto there, chipped up quietly on the FT, and JJ finding the Queen 8 off in the small. Having a little look at his opponent's stack in the big blind. How much you got there, fella? I think if he's going to have something like 12 and under, just want to be jamming it in with the queen high. Oh, and does get called by Jack 10 suited, so it's actually a rare situation where he's ahead. She says to the boys on the rail, I've got the best of it, but it's looking a bit dicey. And Marios here, fighting for his tournament life, needs to see a jack or a 10, and ooh, 2 clubs, queen high, so something for everyone here. Marios with the front door flush draw, some backdoor straight opportunities. Basically any middling card gives him equity. That's one of them. So jack, 10 or a club, needs to fade 11 outs. JJ's just not looking too confident, is he? He's had a bit of a rough one in the last hour or so. Can he fade the club, the jack or the 10? Oh, and he does. And moves forward in his seat, breathes a sigh of relief. And sweaty run out for everyone involved, but Marios did well there, climbed up into 4th place, and he's going to be pretty happy with that return, I think. He came into the final table as 2nd shortest stack and leaves with 11,500 euros, which is a pretty good return from 250 euros, isn't it? And if you're thinking, well, how can I get involved in these tournaments? There seems to be a lot of money on show. There certainly is. We're going to have the Slovak Championship in November. Also coming up next week, sorry, this week, I should say, is the Banco Casino Masters, the flagship tournament of the Banco Casino. 170 euros to enter and 100,000 guaranteed, with 20,000 guaranteed to the winner. So some serious money to be played for a low buy-in. And plenty of opportunities there with multiple day ones running throughout the week. So get yourself over to the Banco Casino in Bratislava pronto if you want to be a part of this vibrant tournament action. Seeing great events basically every week for the last couple of months, and it's not looking like going anywhere soon. The intensity is going to keep going, and there's just going to be more and more events as Bratislava looks to crown itself as the European Vegas. Someone said to me it's the Bratislava is now the Vegas of Eastern Europe. Wouldn't quite call it Eastern Europe, I think more central, but I certainly see the sentiment there. We've got some Japanese fans coming in there cheering on Muto. Hello, thanks, welcome to the chat. Cyprus Rimunia says Kosios Detro, and your man just came 4th there. He played very well, took his spots, and managed to ladder his way up from coming into the final table in 7th position to getting 4th. Istvan Nemeth not happy with what he's seen. That must have been his friend busting in 4th place. Unfortunately, Marios put up a good fight. And we're left with Muto from Japan, Jakub from Slovakia, and Dimitro from Ukraine. Queen 7 suited for the chip leader, going to be an easy open. Muto's been on the tighter side, and Jakub is confined by not really being able to do that much. Just fighting King 8 suited. I think this is going to be a nice hand to peel. 300, 600 big blind now, so shoving would be a bit of an overplay for what is 35 big blinds. And I think the hand is a little bit too good. It looks like he might be going for a 3-bet. Does indeed target that wide button opening range, coming in with a 3-bet 2. We're going to see the size shortly. Goes to 4.1 million and does run into Muto, who's going to pick up pocket 9s here in the big blind. And I think there's no other option but to be all in here. 6th best hand in the game, wide button open. The most active player, Jakub, in the small blind, coming in for a 3-bet. Oh, that is very, very tight. Just really waiting, hoping that the other two collide, but I think the dynamic here is really good for the 9s to be shoving. Yes, it's easy because I can see the cards on the screen, of course, but Jakub has been by far the most capable player in terms of showing pre-flop aggression. And Dimitro with the chip lead on the button, so he's going to be super wide. Jakub's going to be somewhat wide. I just think that the game flow there is too good to be passing the 9s. Definitely going to be getting that one through a lot, and if you do run into a hand like Ace King, Ace Queen, it's not the end of the world. Jakub popping it up on the button, 1.4 million. And Dimitro here as the chip leader with the pocket 6s. Just going to call, they're very deep. I think if he was like 30 effective, he could jam it in here and pressure a lot of these kind of hands to have to fold. And dream flop for, well, not quite actually, it's monotone, but very good flop for Jakub, flopping top pair. JJ's going to be happy with that one. Probably going to see a bet of, I'd guess somewhere around 800, 900k, no real reason to go that big. On these boards where, you know, the big blind's going to have a lot of, some flush combinations, but just a lot of whiffs. Don't really want to be betting too big. Let's have a look at the sizing, shall we? That's 2.1 million. Jeez. Problem is with the larger size on monotone textures is that you just make your opponent's life very easy. He could just fold hands like this that you're ahead of. You don't really get called by much worse, and the hands that you do get called by that you're ahead of are going to have a spade with them, or, you know, overcards with spades, just lots of bad turn cards for you, and it's going to be quite difficult to assess where you are after going such a large size on the flop. I would have loved to see that sizing if the flop would have been 9-8 deuce rainbow, for example, because you clearly have a very nutted hand on that board, but the board is going to change quite a lot with overcards, straights getting there on turns, so you want to get the most out of your hand as soon as you can, and just kind of force your range advantage on your opponent. Muto coming in for a nice little open here with the ace-9 off. Dimitro, nothing to be done there. And JJ with 8-3 suited. Certainly just going to be defending every suited hand, I think. No reason not to get in the mix. I think Muto's one of the more honest players post-flop as well, so probably going to see a decent amount of turn cards and just get to realise our equity a little bit more than versus a very aggressive regular. Muto does flop the best of it though with top pair on a dry board, so it's going to be a check, a bet and a fold, I would imagine. Here's the payouts. That's what we're fighting for, so some pretty severe jumps now. The last jump being 3.4k from 4th to 3rd, but now we've got actually an 8k jump followed by a 12k jump. So top 3 was the most top heavy and a pretty flat structure apart from that for the rest of the final table. So the players have done well to navigate their way through that, and now it's all to play for. Jakob with the 9s, loving looking down at a strong pair. And who do you think in the chat is going to take this one down? I think that JJ is just showing the most aggression, and he's even been caught a couple of times with his hands in the cookie jar, and he's still right in the mix, so I like his chances. Dimitro with the King Jack, just going to see a flop. Decent enough board for JJ. Got an overpair. Blocks some of the 8x that his opponent might have. Can get called by all sorts of worse hands. 5-7, 6x, ace high. Dimitro even might call with a hand like this. The hand like king high for a quarter. Looks like it's a bet of about 1.3, something like that. Yeah, about third pot. Don't mind it. Hand does need a little bit of protection. Getting king jack to fold's not the worst. Just takes it down, moves on to the next one. JJ is off. And you can see Muto with the 10-9 suited here coming for a defend. Perfectly standard stuff. Interesting flop. Dimitro with the 2 overs and some nice backdoor equity with the jack of clubs. And Muto flopping 2 overcards and an open-ended straight draw to the nuts on both sides. So going to probably be seeing a turn here. I think versus a player type like Muto, Dimitro would be incentivized to range bet this board. Basically, it's not really interacting too much with the big blind. Yes, in terms of draws, but no in terms of, you know, raw hand strength. He's not really going to have 7-3, 8-3. And Dimitro with all of the overpairs that Muto doesn't have. Muto really hoping to see a jack river, where I'd actually spice things up a little bit if the turn does go check. And he could also lead that card as well. Like, he's going to have 6-5 off, where I don't think Dimitro's going to open the button with that. So he's definitely got a nut advantage on that turn card. Going to improve to some 7-4 and 8-4 suited as well, which is to be considered. And I think the river's just going to go check now. Don't really see a reason for Dimitro to value bet or bluff. Just lots of showdown value, and does take it down. And the pots are getting sneaky big here, aren't they? Just a bet and a call after a raise and a call pre. 6 million. Not sure where JJ's gone, but hopefully he'll be back shortly. Here's his button after all. There he is. Just going for a little bit of a pep talk with the rail, maybe. Some words of wisdom, hopefully, for him, and he comes back ready to battle. Rewarded with a nice hand to V-pip, pocket fives on the button, opening it up and getting that one through. So Muto now the one getting short.
Around the table a couple of times.
That's it, yeah. And we're seeing a nice three-handed battle here, where I think JJ's got the advantage because he's got Dimitri in position. Dimitri does outchip him by 6 million, but it's not really that much when you've got quite a passive player in the middle who's just kind of getting whittled down. Oh, this is an action flop. Bottom two for Dimitro, and top pair with a good kicker for JJ. You can see all sorts of things happen on this board. We can see check raise from Dimitro. We could see a large bet. We could see a small bet and then a raise from Jakub. And he does bet around just over half pot and gets a snap call. I think if he'd have bet smaller, JJ might have considered raising, but just happy to play top pair, good kicker in position. See what develops on the turn. It is a pretty scary card for both players. The 9 improves to a straight. Neither of them have it. And Dimitro goes for the check. Realizes he's not going to get 3 streets out of his hand now, so prefers to go into check call mode. Backdoor diamonds get there, but I think Dimitro's going to realize that his hand is good for the most part now, facing a pretty quick check back on the turn. Does elect to check again though. And now JJ with the decision, because I mean versus this line his hand should be good for the most part. And it's just another frustrating spot for him where he's just going to get value cut by Dimitro not coming in for the bet himself. So now goes for the 2/3. Is going to have some flushes here that Dimitro might be a little bit worried about. But I think if you're going to play 2 pair in this fashion, you just have to call, and he does. And JJ is just like, no, I've got the best hand. No, you've got the best hand. How the hell do you have a better hand than me? Yeah. Blocking 10, 10-8, 10-7 hands that you'd expect to see there that might have played differently, and JJ surprised to lose that one for sure. And the Schubinator continues to dominate. And I like the decision to limp in here with the Jack 3. Just want to be playing any 2 versus someone that's not going to be putting you in tough spots for the most part. And Muto just betting his equity in position and getting the fold. Not really much to be done there for Jakob there with just the bare Jack high. Muto gets a nice little chip up. Three, not going to cut it for JJ. Muto now with the benefit of showing some aggression and getting a lot of respect. Obviously Dimitro did have 7 deuce off in that situation, but nice to see a little bit more aggression from Muto there, who realizes that, you know, we are 3-handed now. He's going to have to battle. You can't just wait to be smashed with the deck. It's going to bail you out sometimes, but you're very unlikely to win the tournament with just sort of sitting back there and hoping the other 2 guys go after each other. Got to fight for the chips yourself. So Ace 7 off, easy open for him. And Dimitro here in the small blind looks like he's coming in for the 3-bet with ace-6 suited. And that's just going to work, I think, unless we're going to see some out-of-line antics from the man from Japan. Laying down the gauntlet with the old 4-bizzle. I doubt it, though. Yeah, just a reluctant fold. Ace is pretty strong hand, 3-handed. And a nice move there, well timed from Mr. Shubin. See a defend, yep, from Muto, and another heads-up confrontation between Dimitro and Muto. And both players flopping a piece, Dimitro with the bottom pair and the back to flush draw. I think we're going to see him elect to check. Both players seeing a turn now, which is fairly inconsequential. 6 does bring backdoor clubs, but it doesn't really affect either of the hands in play. And decision here whether Dimitro thinks that there's any point in betting. Can he get called by some draws, some worse 9x, some 6x? So if you are going to bet, I'd imagine you just want to bet very, very small. Goes for a third pot. Not going to be seeing a fold from this particular hand. Looks like he's actually raising for some reason. I'm not sure if it's a bluff or value or protection, or I really don't know. But it gets the job done, that's the main thing, right? And a nice little chip up for Muto once again. JJ on the button with the King 9. Going to be straight in the mix with that bad boy. And a 9-high flop could be juicy here. Dimitro's really had the better of it in all of their confrontations, so JJ will be looking to fight back here and finds himself in quite a tasty pre-flop spot, dominating his opponent, and both flop a piece, so this is exactly what JJ is looking for. 3-handed poker, obviously the ranges are wider, you're going to have to continue more, you're going to have to cool down a bit more stubbornly. You're going to have to value bet thinner as well. How we see the players react to that will be interesting, but certainly going to be happy with this flop. And a 9 on the turn just could be really, really spicy, couldn't it? One of the 2 outs there that could get JJ a full double. Dimitro obviously hoping for it in this point of time, but he won't know that he's not hoping for it, and that's a pretty nice turn for Dimitri there. He gets saved a little bit by the overcard. Lots of natural barrels for JJ now. Ace Jack, Ace 10 come into play. 10-9, Jack 10. 6-7 is going to be one of the better ones because you get so many better hands to fold with the low cards. 6-4 suited again. Wants to continue to bet some spades. And sizing very small now, 2.6 million into a pot of 7.3. And Dimitro once again makes another disciplined laydown, and I like the way he's played the final table. JJ certainly brought on the aggressive style of poker. Just been putting a lot of chips in, been getting in the mix, been playing a lot of hands. Dimitro a little bit more calculated, but both find themselves in the final three, and unless Muto's going to have something to say about it, the most likely of the three to be playing heads up, in my opinion. Jakob in the big blind, facing the small blind limp from Dimitro. It's going to be a very strong, a very weak range, sorry, isn't it? Definitely want to be ISOing that bad boy up.
Pearl necklace.
Do look like raising chips. And a quick fold from Dimitro. Getting very late here in Cyprus, guys, so keep us awake. Let us know who you're rooting for, who you're watching, what you think's going to happen, who you think's going to win the Hendonmob Championship at the Banco Casino. Left with Jakub Janosowski from Slovakia, Muto Katsushiro from Japan, and Dmitro Shubin from Ukraine. Jakub here electing to raise this combo, and does flop pretty well. Flopping a flush draw. Goes for a huge size. Again, just on the monotone boards.
Yeah, he's got a habit of doing that. Just
yeah.
Firing off on boards that are like semi-good.
Yeah.
His exact hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Queen on the turn now, and the problem is now, once you bet so large on the on the flop, you really condensed your opponent to strong diamonds, Queen X and 10X. So the Queen now is something that you might have been able to actually barrel if you'd have bet a quarter. But now your opponent is just so heavy in Queen X and flushes and diamond and strong diamonds and 10X that you're just not really left with many hands that you can barrel off due to the flop sizing. And Katsushiro here finding a nice spot for a little block in position, just, you know, wanting to deny some equity from the diamond portion of JJ's range, and get some value from that. Maybe a hand like Ace Jack, King Jack. Still 3 left here in Bratislava. Queen 9 of hearts on the button. Beautiful hand for JJ. Playing just under 40 big blinds. Bumps it up to 1.4. Muto not interested at all, and I don't think we're going to see Dimitro playing this one either. Decent flop for JJ, flopping top pair. Dimitro's got some interesting cards that he can go for. He can go for the stab here. Of course, the king high is going to favour him. He's still going to have some traps in that limping range. Not many, but certainly enough to warrant just betting his entire range for the small size on this board. And Jakob here with the 7 kicker, backdoor flush draw, just going to want to call. And it could really heat things up if we see something like a club or some kind of card that gives Dimitro a flush draw. The ace is somewhat interesting as well. Has a reasonable amount of ace-x. Has the future blocker with the 10 as well. Does elect to check. Just gives up. Could be a nice turn to apply some pressure on 5 and 8x, and woof. Beautiful river there for JJ. His hand does look a lot like 5, 8 and King X by this point. Dimitro just going to go for the check bet here, targeting that 8 and 5x portion I was telling you about. And what size has he gone? Is he committed to it, or has he bet some sort of, yeah, it's just some sort of half posse size. Saying I've got a slow played ace on the turn, after betting flop. Not really much concurrent with that. What else is he saying? He's basically saying he's got an ace here for the size. I think a king X can go much larger. And JJ, of course, calls. Dimitro shows them the bluff, and JJ will take that one down.
Hello, welcome back to Banco Casino. I'm joined by Stefan Sontheimer. How are you doing?
All right. Just had a nice dinner at the buffet. So yeah, before just busted the main event. Final table bubble boy. It's a little sad, but
was it the second chocolate cake for sort of like that disappointed post bust out meal?
Absolutely. Yeah. So I've seen before, like when looking at the buffet, that the chocolate cake was out and someone made it reappear. So I was happy for a couple of minutes. Now I'm sad. No, I'm not. It's like
some comfort in that. So what happened with the bust out, just to relive it?
Not too much. Actually, a buddy of mine, Yannis, jammed on the button, and like I found pocket fives and had a short stack. So I was supposed to go all in. I was flipping against Queen 9 off, and the turn got me. The river didn't help, and that's the end of the story.
That's the end of that. Unfortunate. So how are things going online at the moment? You're still grinding the Zoom 500?
I'm grinding all kinds of stuff. Like right now I have some trouble in Germany. Some people know about that there's new rules. So Zoom 500 I cannot play right now, but yeah, I'm mainly playing for making poker code videos, and I've actually spent last week in Austria playing some more high stakes from there on all kinds of sites. That was fun, and yeah, that's it mainly.
And how have the cash games been going here? I saw you jumping in the 5-10. It looked like a pretty fearsome lineup, to be honest.
Well, it was a very, very fun game. Like, I actually talked to someone, okay, this is a very tough 5-10. If you look at the playing, it was not tough at all. It was just the names, but we tried to have fun. So we were splashing around.
Lots of beers, lots of out-of-line 3-betting.
Definitely, and the big success for me now, the guy who bubbled me now on the final table, this is where I sucked out on him for like like a 5.5k pot.
Yeah, that's a lot of money, yeah.
That was the biggest pot of that table, I guess. I didn't participate in the bigger cash games yesterday. I think there was some good stuff running as well.
A bit of 50-50 PLO, I believe.
I was like beer number 12 and I was busy, but so yeah, that was lots of fun, the cash games. Good people around, just lots of fun atmosphere. That's great.
And you're heading to the party tonight, despite the leg?
Definitely. Star at the bar is my role, and I will skip the dancing because I have to, but you'll find me at the bar for sure.
Awesome, I'll take you up on that. And what's next for you? You heading to Vegas at all?
No, because I guess I have to spend 2 weeks before. If they change something, I would like to fly over for 10 days or so, but I'm actually getting married next month, so this.
Congratulations.
Thank you. This is first things ahead, and then go from there. Yeah.
And where's the wedding?
In Tuscany, Italy.
Oh, very romantic. Nice job. Good brownie points there. Nice. Did you pick the destination?
We picked together. Yeah, we were looking for like some sunny place for start of October, and that was where it brought us in the end.
And what does she think about the poker?
In the beginning, it was weird. Now she actually wrote me today. Like after, I didn't play a live tournament for 2 years. It's like, oh, it's finally fun to rail you again. I sent her the Poker News live report.
Yeah.
And she was like, got that like 2 hours ago already. Like, what's up with you? And it was fun. Like she was like doing stuff at home and railing on the side.
Hello, welcome back to Banco Casino, joined by Rainer Kempe here, online and live professional. How's it been going so far?
Oh, the trip has been nice. Like poker-wise, it's been fairly disastrous, or as disastrous as it can be. But like outside of that, it's a smooth, fun, short trip for me. Nice. Nice to be back at playing live poker after.
Was it the first live event you've been to since the lockdown?
Since like February of 2019, was it?
Oh, wow,
yeah.
Okay. And how many bullets did you fire in the main, but going on behind us?
I got 2 in the main, 2 in the high roller, and I think there weren't that many other tournaments, right? So that's
and giving up on the high roller now?
They make me give up.
Really?
There's only a single re-entry, yeah. So.
Yeah. Okay. Unfortunate.
Decision is made for me.
And what was the bust out hand?
I got a 9s to aces and ace jack suited to ace king suited. So yeah, those are fairly unfortunate. Nothing much I could have done, I believe, in these ones.
Yeah, I saw you had a couple of unfortunate spots. I think Kate decided to randomly bluff you as well. Did you see that? Do you remember that hand? Did she tell you?
That's a couple of my friends apparently enjoyed that hand, so I got like a couple of messages about that. Yeah, nice. Fair play, nicely done by her. Like.
Yeah, exactly. An interesting combo to choose. No backdoor equity, but just didn't fancy you for anything.
2 overcards on the backdoor straight. It's not even the worst one. Probably. If there was a backdoor flush with it, it might even be the one.
A bit nicer, yeah, for sure. And so, what's next for you? And what's your involvement with the poker code guys?
No, I'm friends with a bunch of them. Obviously, good friends with Fedor. My involvement is just showing up basically, and like for the rest of the trip, my my plans are probably mainly outside of poker. Just like there's a soccer tournament tomorrow, there's like a players party tonight, like these kind of things. Like good chance I won't touch cards anymore this trip.
No. And in terms of next, is it over to Millions in Cyprus or?
No, I'm skipping that because there's like a friend's wedding or something. Yeah, and then we'll see if we get to go to Vegas. Right? Well, it seems like there's still a few potential issues, but yeah, if I can go, I probably go for at least some of the.
So just focusing mostly on live, or are you playing much online as well? Because obviously it's the W Coupe final weekend.
I've been having a couple of lazy 24 months, kind of. Yeah, I played some Sundays. Yeah.
And any good results?
Like okay-ish, I guess. Nothing that really stands out. But like I guess I'm up overall, which is not.
That's ideal, right? Yeah, it's pretty tough competition these days when everyone's been locked down running sims. So the football tournament, who's the favourites?
It's probably the grindhouse guys like Mario Mosbeck and them, because they all went like semi-professional soccer before they turned to poker, and those will be the team to beat. But I actually like our chances as well. We have a pretty solid team. You gonna follow?
Yeah. What time is it?
Early afternoon, I assume.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be there for sure.
Should be a good tournament. There's some good people showing up.
So outside of the casino happenings, plenty going on, the players' party tonight and the football tournament. Wish you the best of luck in that.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Welcome back to Banco Casino. I'm joined by the legend Fedor Holtz. How are you doing?
Hey, pretty good. Having fun.
Yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
I wanted to ask you about that spot with the Jack 10 where you raised the river there. Was there some live tells going on with that hand?
No, I just thought it's good enough for value against Reiner, so.
Yeah, a little bit of a capped range with the small sizing.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Well, interesting because a couple of guys on the Twitch chat were asking about that one. Aside from that, how are you finding Bratislava?
Oh, I mean, we're having a really good time here, so I'm loving it. Yeah.
And you think you'll be coming back in the future?
Most likely. I mean, it's close to Vienna, so I think everyone is having a really good time here. So.
And so, what's your involvement with Poker Code at the moment? Are you one of the coaches? It must be a lot of work.
Full time. So yeah, I'm one of the head coaches, and then also operationally as CEO. So lots of. I mean, it's basically my full-time job right now. Yeah.
And aside from that, with the mental, you have the app as well, Prime Mind.
Yeah. Actually, our partner Elliot, like my coach, they're doing that full-time. So yeah, that's also running well. It's good.
We can be expecting to see you playing a lot of online and live as well, or is that less time for that these days?
Less online, I think. I mean, the bigger stuff, yeah, for sure. But I mean, in the week, it's just I'm too busy with Poker Code. But live, I'm looking forward to. I mean, this is fun and
it's great, right? I've met so many people that I know them online and I've seen their name, and it's surreal. In terms of the Grindhouse too that you've got going on, how are these guys getting on? Are they doing well?
Oh man, it's I mean, it's just 2 weeks now, but it's amazing. It's really nice to to see them thrive, and like they're excited, there's this energy, and let's see let's look again in 3 months, 6 months.
And you wanted to bring them here just to give them a taste of what they're in for.
I mean, they gotta get in the live streets, and obviously also improve online. But then, I mean, I think live poker is a nice balance. You always have something where you can come together. It's also nice because they can share, like travel to spots. You always have good people around you.
And I was speaking to Kate, and she said it was really only just a concept for some online training content last year, and it's kind of evolved into something more. So what's next for Poker Code?
I mean, lots of ideas, and we try some concepts. We see what works, and then we evolve. So we definitely want to build out the online community. Yeah. I mean, community is our #1 thing. Yeah, so anything around improving the experience for people within poker, that's our credo. That's our mission. Is we just want to make poker a fun experience for everyone. Yeah. So like an event like this, I don't want 90% of the people to leave and be like, I lost money. It's more like 100% of the people leaving like, wow, this was an amazing event. That's our goal. Yeah.
Rather than the bad beat story from the main or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah. And obviously a couple of the higher stakes players in the 550 as well, which is great for recreationals because you don't really get the chance to play for anywhere under, you know, like a 5,000 buy-in with you and sort of Stefan in there all in on the bubble as well earlier on.
I also think it's a nice mix, you know. It's not that it's all pros, but it's like, you know, you have the occasional pro that's just in there, you know, like I saw, you know, they're bantering and they're talking to people, and it's kind of fun, but also it's, you know, a lot of players who just play for fun and have a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks for the interview, mate.
Sure.
Good luck on the FT.
See you.
Cheers.
Ahoy, as they say in Slovakia. We are back in the mix for the final three of the Hendonmob Championship. JJ Januszewski in seat 1 there.
Got about 26 mil.
In a nice spot. Dimitro, 29 million. He's definitely had the card distribution on his side.
Yeah, he's played very solid though, I think.
He's played solid.
Probably
he hasn't really done much wrong.
No.
I think he's made every kind of close-ish decision. He's arrived at the right one.
So nice fold with the queens where I probably would have been out.
Yeah. And semi-coolery flop here. For JJ has a pair and a flush draw, and now we are seeing Muto improve to 2 pair on the turn.
Very nice turn indeed.
JJ picks up a straight draw as well to the bottom end. I think,
yeah, tough spot.
I think with the way that Muto's played, we can probably just fold here. He's been extremely passive, waiting for good spots before putting any money in.
Yeah.
But JJ does stick around for one more. King on the river, and it's probably just going to go check, check. And sees the bad news. Muto goes for the COVID high five without any contact. And you can see a beaming smile underneath that mask. Great for the game. Seems like a good sport. And there you have it.
Very close.
That is what we're dealing with here. The pay jumps are getting a bit dicey, as I told you earlier. 3k pay jump followed by an 8k pay jump followed by a 12k pay jump. JJ straight back in the mix with the ace deuce.
Yep, definitely going to be opening up. Kingies. Unfortunately, just going to be met by a snap fold.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem with being very, very tight. You know, it's
just never getting any
action.
action.
You're just never really going to end up getting action.
You might get 4-bet if you're really aggressive there occasionally, and this time, no. Looks like he's just really happy to be in the mix and in the final 3, to be fair.
Yeah, you can see a big grin underneath that mask.
Definitely. That's what we love to see here. Seems like a great character and a good ambassador of the game.
Definitely.
JW Schlim says, so it's going to be a late one, I'm going to bed. Yes. Definitely dragging on somewhat, but we've got a 32 big blind average now, so 800k big blind. Dimitro flatting the small, and Jakub here with 25 bigs. King Queen off, just going to be good enough to ISO and call it off. Anything but a shove would be a pretty good decision. looks like an ISO. Does indeed pump it up to 2.6 million. Not sure what Dimitro had, but likely to be a pretty wide range there. Just getting a decent price to continue. And folds to the raise, so bit of mini momentum there coming back in JJ's favour. After running into the man from Japan twice in a row. Dimitro, they say, on the button, easy open. Didn't think he knew it was on him there, just sort of sitting back, furrowing his brow. Oh yeah, it's on me. I'll check the cards. Lovely. Ace. Pop it up, shall we? Gonna make it 1.6 million, I guess. Doesn't need to go that big into a passive big blind. Just doesn't really need to go that big at all anyway.
No.
And here we go. Could have some fireworks here.
Yeah, definitely going to be continuing in some fashion.
Mm-hmm. You can jam, you can 3-bet, not all in, but then you kind of got to call it off. And flatting also is kind of attractive. Dominate a lot of the overcall range from the big blind. Under 30 big blinds. Looks like he's going to go for the 3-bet, not all in route.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah, definitely. Monster hand 3 ways.
Mm.
We had this spot come up earlier, and Muto folded 9s in the big blind.
Really? 3-handed?
Yeah. Goes raised from Dimitro, who was by at that point he had 38 million. He was the clear chip leader.
Yeah.
And Jakob 3-bets off of a 32 big blind stack, and Muto is sat in the big blind with pocket 9s.
Very
with
tight. 3-handed, yeah.
Yeah, just gonna should be all in really with the game flow and the way that JJ is playing. He's definitely been the most active player on the table. He's not really shied away from too many spots, and he's run into it a couple of times and been quite unlucky actually in the spots that he's chosen, especially with the 5-3.
Yeah.
But you know, he's still in the mix, and that just shows you, if you're watching, you know, aggressive poker does pay.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
you can make mistakes and then just keep rebuilding.
Yeah, you've made mistakes, or not even mistakes, just run into it, and you still are just picking up way more of these smaller uncontested pots. You know, your 3-bets aren't getting defended, your check raises aren't getting defended, you're limping and stabbing, and people are, you know, just not coming up with any aggression to counter that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people are generally not very good at dealing with aggression.
No, kind of play it the other way, just kind of go into check call mode or try and trap you all the time, and then just don't get any money in the pot with their strong hands.
Yeah.
So yeah, these guys look very tired. JJ didn't know it was on him there either, and a little wag of the finger.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't considered doing a deal at.
I know. It's getting on, right?
Very, very even stat depths as well. It's not just that it's going on.
Yeah,
it's just, you know.
I think these two. I think they would deal without Muto, to be honest. Not being harsh on him, but he's definitely the weaker of the 3 players.
Agreed.
Dimitro just getting the ISO there with the ace-deuce. A hand that you can check back, but I think versus this style of opponent, you can just kind of ISO there and take the pot down 90% of the time without really worrying too much.
Agreed.
I think you're going to see a big discrepancy between the strength of the range that Muto is going to come in for a limp as opposed to raising. And fill your boots. and Muto picking up a monster hand here. Ace-King three-handed with just under 40 big blinds. Some delay before juicing it up, and Dimitro, oh, he's not seen his cards yet. I thought he was interested. He will be interested with the King 10. Going to be continuing in some way, shape or form. I think flatting is a reasonable option. He can also elect a 3-bet here and put some pressure on Muto. Looks like he's going to take that one. Unfortunately, this time it's not going to work out. And JJ is not going anywhere in the big blind with the pocket rockets.
Ooh, cooler. No getting away from this one from Muto. No matter how tight you want to be, you're not folding this with 30 effective.
No. Especially with the aggressive dynamic of the other two players as well.
Feeling like you're being picked on a bit, probably.
Yeah, exactly. He's just going to snap this one off. And interesting spot for JJ, actually. Does he elect to go for the rather crusty cold call, or or is he just going to shove, or is he going to make it something like 9 million, which I think would just look too strong? Yeah, he goes all in. I like this. I like this.
I think that's fine.
You know, Dimitro.
You don't want to look too strong here.
Yes. Yeah, there we go. That's the snap all in that we were expecting, and one king already out and JJ on his feet, but he knows that he is in unbelievable shape to become the overwhelming chip leader. And, you know, that's why aggressive poker players, you know, he's really not had the best run of it on the final table, but he's won a lot of the small to medium pots. He's kept himself in there, and he's finally not rewarded, but he's, you know, backed himself into a spot where he's got an overwhelming advantage. And Dimitro folding the King 10 is going to help the proceedings, because that's less of the backdoor.
Yep, 10 gone as well.
Yeah, 10 gone, so it can't really go 10 jack that often. And that is that.
A Deddington draw.
Everyone had a piece of that flop. Aces, Ace King and King 10 and a three-handed.
Muto. Good game, sir.
No, Muto's still got 5 million.
Oh, has he still got still got chips, has he?
Still got a little bit left. And all smiles still under the mask, which is good to see. JJ just staring down his stack, thinking, what a lovely spot. Yeah. Give it to Papa. Could I have one more, please? Gin tonic. Sorry. So, Muto has fought a valiant battle, but now he's really in the danger zone here. Left himself with 6 bigs after that monster cooler. And to all those of you that have stayed up for the late night, that was the entertaining one. Dimitro's not been short of hands, finds himself King Queen now. Just a great hand to be opening into that big blind. Going to get a lot of defense. Going to be able to snap off the stop and go. And I think JJ is just going to let these two guys battle it out amongst them. No real need to get in there with the Queen 8 off. Yeah, he's also Dimitro's opening range is going to be slightly more condensed because he knows that he can't really get any fold equity. And look at this, Muto could be right back in the mixture here with the Ace Queen. And Dimitro, all of a sudden, he's not been really getting the best of it. That 3-bet didn't get through. In fact, just got snapped off by two guys behind him.
Yeah.
And now he's could be giving our Japanese flag hunter the double up here. Thank you. $10-5 deuce, no worries whatsoever there. Muto's just going to be hoping that he doesn't see a jack or a king on the turn. 7 changes nothing, so it's the king and the king only to see the man from Japan, 29th Hendonmob flag. Oh, and it's the king on the river.
Muto laughing his head off for some reason.
I know, he just loves it. He's just a poker enthusiast, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
And let's have a look at that. Could be one of his biggest cashes.
Be very close.
Be very close.
Slightly under, but still a great score.
Great score nonetheless. Exactly. Been travelling around and getting some decent scores across the globe over the last, well, outside of COVID. Yeah, he must be travelling around and just playing all the time by the looks of things. He's found himself from the GUKPT Edinburgh to the Unibet Open in Bucharest. He's been in Vegas for the Deep Stack Championship. He's been in Estonia for the Coolbet Open, the World Cup of Cards in Canada, the WP Deep Stacks the next month in Amsterdam.
All over
the next
place.
month he's in Ireland, cashing in 350. And we're just going to take a quick break. We will be with you very shortly. Thanks very much.
Hello, welcome back to Banco Casino. I'm joined by Stefan Sontheimer. How are you doing?
All right. Just had a nice dinner at the buffet. So yeah, before just busted the main event. Final table bubble boy. It's a little sad, but
was it the second chocolate cake for sort of like that disappointed post bust out meal?
Absolutely. Yeah. So I've seen before, like when looking at the buffet, that the chocolate cake was out, and someone made it reappear. So I was happy for a couple of minutes. Now I'm sad. No, I'm not. It's like
some comfort in that. So what happened with the bust out? Just to relive it.
Not too much. Actually, a buddy of mine, Janis, jammed on the button, and I found pocket fives and had a short stack. So I was supposed to go all in. I was flipping against Queen 9 off, and the turn got me. The river didn't help, and that's the end of the story.
That's the end of that. Unfortunate. So how are things going online at the moment? You're still grinding the Zoom 500?
I'm grinding all kinds of stuff. Like right now I have some trouble in Germany. Some people know about that there's new rules. So Zoom 500 I cannot play right now, but yeah, I'm mainly playing for making poker code videos, and I've actually spent last week in Austria playing some more high stakes from there on all kinds of sites. That was fun, and yeah, that's it mainly.
And how have the cash games been going here? I saw you jumping in the 5-10. It looked like a pretty fearsome lineup, to be honest.
Well, it was a very, very fun game. Like, I actually talked to someone, okay, this is a very tough 5-10. If you look at the playing, it was not tough at all. It was just the names, but we tried to have fun. So we were splashing around.
Lots of beers, lots of out-of-line 3-betting.
Definitely, and the big success for me now, the guy who bubbled me now on the final table, this is where I sucked out on him for like like a 5.5k pot.
Yeah, that's a lot of money, yeah.
That was the biggest pot of that table, I guess. I didn't participate in the bigger cash games yesterday. I think there was some good stuff running as well.
A bit of 50-50 PLO, I believe.
I was like beer number 12 and I was busy, but so yeah, that was lots of fun, the cash games. Good people around, just lots of fun atmosphere. That's great.
And you're heading to the party tonight, despite the leg?
Definitely. Star at the bar is my role, and I will skip the dancing because I have to, but you'll find me at the bar for sure.
Awesome, I'll take you up on that. And what's next for you? You heading to Vegas at all?
No, because I guess I have to spend 2 weeks before. If they change something, I would like to fly over for 10 days or so, but I'm actually getting married next month, so this.
Congratulations.
Thank you. This is first things ahead, and then go from there. Yeah.
And where's the wedding?
In Tuscany, Italy.
Oh, very romantic. Nice job. Good brownie points there. Nice. Did you pick the destination?
We picked together. Yeah, we were looking for like some sunny place for start of October, and that was where it brought us in the end.
And what does she think about the poker?
In the beginning, it was weird. Now she actually wrote me today. Like after, I didn't play a live tournament for 2 years. It's like, oh, it's finally fun to rail you again. I sent her the Poker News live report.
Yeah.
And she was like, got that like 2 hours ago already. Like, what's up with you? And it was fun. Like she was like doing stuff at home and railing on the side.
Hello, welcome back to Banco Casino, joined by Rainer Kempe here, online and live professional. How's it been going so far?
Oh, the trip has been nice. Like poker-wise, it's been fairly disastrous, or as disastrous as it can be. But like outside of that, it's a smooth, fun, short trip for me. Nice to be back at.
And here we are, guys, back for the final two of the Hendonmob Championship, and two well-esteemed, very competent local regs battling for the title. Jakub Janosowski with the just over 2-1 chip lead, 56 million playing 26 million of Dmitry Shubin from Ukraine. Both regulars in the Banco Casino. Both, I think, play PLO as their main game, but also play the tournaments, as why wouldn't you? There's good value. And for you guys watching, thinking, how can I get in the mix? Don't you worry, lots coming up this week. The Banco Masters, €100,000 guarantee with 20,000 guaranteed to first. Going to be flights running throughout the week, with the day 2 on Sunday and day 3, the last and final day, on Monday this time next week. Get yourself in the mix there, €170 buy-in. Also coming up, many more events. We've got the Slovak Poker Championship. That's coming up in the middle of November, followed by the Swedish Poker Masters. So a good 2-week stint. If you're thinking of
2 great events.
Two great events, the 550, 300k. and also I'd imagine some form of 250, 225, 150k guaranteed, but we're going to get more info on that, and I'm sure there's going to be a jam-packed tournament festival series alongside the side events in the Slovak Poker Championships coming up in Banco Casino in about a month's time. So let's get your predictions in the chat. Does look like Jacob has biggest chance to win here, and doesn't look like there's going to be any deals. And that glorious trophy in the middle of your screen there we go, that's a nice camera angle there. Dimitro going to have some work to do, 32 playing 68 big blinds. And the dealer you see there is Eric, a friend of mine, lovely guy and a great dealer. So they are in safe hands, and you can just see the sort of relief and smiles upon both faces. They've realized they've locked up a very considerable amount of money now, over 100 buy-ins. And all that's left to do is battle for the last remaining 12,000 euros, which is obviously nothing to be shunned at either. So King 5 for Jakob. Quite a nice hand to open it up on the button. Just going to wait. Oh, looks like he's not on the button. He's in the big blind, and Dimitro is opening up the button. So we'll see what. Just let the graphics catch up for a couple of seconds. Bear with us. Going to be seeing King 5 versus Jack 10 and Ace Ace 7. A board that I'm expecting Dimitro is just going to simplify by betting his entire range for a small size, one big blind or so. Let's go check though. Looking to take the Jack high to showdown already. Jakob with King high here, no real reason to bet, just trying to get that one to the river and go into sort of check call mode. Might be a little bit perplexed about this check back. Going to expect a lot of bets here, and Dimitro comes out firing on the turn. Looks like he's bet about 1.8 million, 2.4. So he's gone for the half pot sizing, and
yeah, I guess he's just trying to pressure those kind of king high, queen high type holdings.
Not really going to get the fold that often. Just
no, I don't
better
think
to bet
so.
the flop, really.
Yeah, when the checking back the flop is often just going to be showdown type hands. So yeah, trying to pressure those is okay, but there's going to be a lot of pairs in there. There's going to be a lot of king highs, which are just going to be stubborn heads up.
And on that backdoor heart run out as well, without a heart in his hand, is just not going to be able to bluff it. So Jakob there taking it down, improves to 2 pair on the river, didn't need it, and it's a great start for him. He moves closer to that Hendonmob trophy you can see there in the middle of your screen. As you can see there, at the bottom, the Slovak Poker Championship coming up shortly, 15th to the 22nd, followed by the Swedish Poker Championship. So loads to look forward to, as we said, coming up at the Banco Casino. King Queen, absolute monster heads up. And now, now about 25 big blinds. It's going to be wanting to open this one. Goes for the limp, hoping to go for a limp jam. Oh, and the money's going to be going in here because Jakub's going to be popping it up, and Dimitro is for sure going to be shoving for value. And this could be a pretty quick heads-up match. Jakub looks like he's going for the 2.8, 2.3. And Dimitro all in. Jakub's going to call. And here we go. Jakub needs to fade a king or a queen for the title. Yeah, he's obviously just, there's a lot of pressure in this situation. You're never folding your hand, gets the money in, and cards are on their backs, and we are off to the races.
We are live.
Nice little handshake, and this is a huge pot. Jakub has the safety net of, if losing this one, will still be just about the same stack, but if he wins, takes down that glorious trophy and 36,000 euros in cold hard cash. Let's see what we've got in store for us. Oh, and it comes King Jack Deuce with 2 diamonds. Dimitro, the only one holding the diamond. 81% equity, needs to fade an ace or a jack. It's an 8 on the turn. JJ looking for an ace or a jack to get his hands on that trophy. Let's see what the river brings. Roll it, Eric. Oh, and it's a 5. So Dimitro straight back in the game there, winning the 40-60. And a blow to JJ's chances, but he's still right in the mix here. We're going to see a continuation of the stream. That must have been a roller coaster of emotions when you're sweating a 12-bag flip.
Yeah.
Because he's seen the brick in the window, the jack next, and then the king.
Yeah, so
and he's like, oh, come on. I think any poker player in the world there would you just want it over there and then, really, don't you? Just come on, give me the ace high board. Just let's get this over with. Really can't be asked to battle 50 big blind heads up match. However, that's the situation he finds himself in. Now at a slight chip deficit, but after winning that first pot with the King 5 versus the Jack 10, there is a match in store for us. And 7 deuce off, just going to be letting that one go. And Dimitro has not been short of playable hands. King Jack gets slid into the muck there with the walk. But he's had a lot of those hands that you want to see in your 3, 4, 5-handed, the King 10, King Jack, King Queen, you know, these hands are really powerful, flopping a lot of top pairs, you know.
Absolutely, yeah, 2 Broadway hands, really going to push your win rate up when you're short-handed. Like, if you're just getting dealt the 7 3s, 7 4s, 10 deuces every hand, you get absolutely rinsed through those blinds.
Yeah, there's really nothing you can do. You can't just start playing like 2008 poker. Okay, I'm going to 3-bet here, but King 3, pretty strong hand with the King high, heads up. Probably just going to go for a min raise. Looks like he's going to limp in. And King 7 suited for JJ. Can do a number of things here. You can raise for value, you can just check back and have quite a nice hand. 50 big blinds effective, I think. Probably just want to raise and push your equity a little bit. That limping range is going to contain hands like 8-7, Jack-7, all of those kind of offsuit stuff that just wants to see a flop. So you can push your equity a little bit versus that. Flops quite well. But does take it down. And they'll both be on about 50 big blinds now. So JJ's just got to reset himself a little bit.
Yeah.
He had one hand on the trophy there. He saw his name in lights.
Yeah.
And
it's not always easy though.
No, it's never that easy in tournament poker.
Well, sometimes.
Sometimes it is. Sometimes indeed, but not for everyone. And just got to pick up his thoughts, get himself back in the game, and continue with business as usual. And does actually retain the chip lead now with a couple of small pots. So at the bottom of the screen there, you're seeing the casino promotion. That is, aside from poker, every time you come in to the casino across the months of October and November, you'll be given a ticket into the raffle. Every day at 9 o'clock, they'll draw a multiple different prizes ranging between 50 and 500 euros. And if you are there and present in the casino when the names are being drawn, the money is yours. It's that simple. So get yourself down to Banco Casino and see if you can multiply your earnings from the live games. Why not? Dimitro looking like he's favouring a limping strategy. He's obviously a bit of a grinder. He's not going anywhere. Just going to keep limping in. JJ with the Queen 7, just a middling hand. No real reason to raise. Going to call an open, but just happy to see a flop for free. And does flop top pair versus middle pair, which is pretty much a cooler in heads-up poker. Going to see a lead now. Don't mind it. I think that Dimitro is not going to have 3-5 off. Just going to fold it. So he does have a few more 2 pairs. And does just want to bet and start building a pot with his top pair. So
yeah, we could see quite a big pot here, especially on a bricky run out.
That's a bricky turn.
It is a bricky turn. You do just have to defend super wide with pairs heads up because it's 2 people playing like 90% ranges, so
yeah,
you're kind of forced.
There's nothing stopping JJ from just having some kind of like 6-7 with a diamond, or
all sorts
of stuff. You know,
all sorts of stuff.
Can literally just have one diamond hand. Yeah.
You could just c-bet an airball, turn a gut shot. You know, there's so many possible barrels.
And Dimitro with the second pair is just not going to be going anywhere for this. And if we see a card like a deuce or a queen, a 3 or a 5, an 8 is as good as it gets for Jakob. He's not going to be worried about anything really. I don't think Dimitro is going to be limping in with 6-4 off. So
yeah.
So he's going to have maybe some 6-4 suited. He's going to have some ace-4. He's probably going to open pre. Not going to limp in with an offsuit ace like that. Just, oh, was that a check? I think he's going to miss out on a street here.
That's missed value there for sure.
Yeah. It's easy to say when we can see the cards, but I think for a tournament player like JJ, who plays a lot of 6-max and 9-max tournaments online and live, it can be difficult once you get into the heads-up format, which is something that Leo is very proficient at. It's not something I've had a lot of experience at in Hold'em. I've played a decent amount of heads-up PLO, but even in that format, you've got to realise that, you know, when you're playing 6-max PLO and you've got a 7-high flush, you're kind of looking over your shoulder thinking, can we just get this one to showdown? I don't really want to face a big bet, and then heads up, you're happy to go for 3 streets, you know? So
exactly.
It's kind of like that. JJ, nice hand, heads up, ace 6 suited. Just going to be coming in for an open. And Dimitro with Jack 4 off. These are the hands that I'm not sure about. It feels like Jack 4 off versus an open.
Yeah, still defend.
You've got to defend, right?
Absolutely,
yeah, I thought so, because you've got the high card, and the high card is very powerful, because when you flop top pair, you've just got almost the nuts, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did think that. 10-4 off?
Yeah.
Yeah. 9-4 off?
That's getting close.
Yeah, getting close.
9-3, 9 deuce, 7 deuce, 8-3 off. Like, those are the ones that get folded. But you defend everything suited, anything with a Broadway card.
Mm-hmm.
We should be, I mean, yeah, we want to be mixing in a bunch of free bets with some hands like that as well. The kind of
the cut-off ones.
Yeah, the cut-off ones exactly, and some of the kind of the weaker suited ones, 10 deuce suited and stuff like that. But don't think we'll be seeing much of that.
Always love these heads-up matches because it's for most of the guys, it's their like. One of the only times they've ever played heads up in their life, you know. They play tournaments, they grind tournaments all the time. They're getting final tables, they're getting min cashes, they're busting out, you know. There's just not a lot of heads up action that's being played by the majority of poker players.
No, exactly.
It's kind of a dying format.
I think it's great. I think it's one of the best formats there is, if not the best.
It's the purest form of No Limit Hold'em, for sure.
And Jakob's definitely going to be free betting this one. 40 big blinds deep.
Just a slam dunk. Even if you get jammed on, you're all in. You're not folding ace jack.
Absolutely not. Very, very strong hand. Heads up.
That looks like a lot of chips. Oh, they are.
It's about 7 mil. Yeah, Dimitri could definitely.
He 3x'd it here.
Yeah, it's actually way less.
Yeah.
2.4 to 7. It's about 2.6x.
I think Dimitri's 3x'd the button though, isn't he?
Yeah, he has. Yeah, sorry. I think he's definitely going to defend the 8-6 suited, or should do anyway.
This is a hand that isn't dominated by a 3 betting range at all.
Yeah,
you flop a pair, you're loving it. You flop a flush draw, you're loving it.
Yeah.
It's kind of one of those hands that's kind of fit or fold, right? You either you know when you've got a decent grasp on the pot.
Yeah.
And he just folds.
Yeah, a bit tight for that price being in position.
Yeah. Just got to think about the kind of hands that your opponent's going to be 3-betting, and it's going to be very high card heavy hands, you know.
Yeah.
You don't really want to be scared of pairs in heads up because they're just so rare.
Yeah.
You know, you're just really not going to see your opponent show up with nines plus.
No.
In that spot, whereas you know in a 6-max game, you're going to see a lot more of those combos.
Yes, exactly. We're going to be the last ones here by the looks of it.
Yeah, we might be getting booted out of here, actually.
Yeah, this could be a problem. Come on, guys, get it in.
So for those of you that don't know that are still with us, we are streaming from the Merit Casino Poker Room in Cyprus. Had a bit of a last-minute dash with the internet.
Yeah, we are, not this tournament. This tournament's somewhere in Bratislava.
This tournament is in Bratislava, exactly, at the Banco Casino, but we are doing the commentating for you
as well,
remotely. And the Hold'em game that was running here, I think it was 2-5, was it, or 5-10?
2-5, yeah.
2-5 is just broke, so hopefully we're not going to get kicked out.
So I've just seen on Instagram it's going to be €199 buy-in.
199.
The Slovak Poker Championship, 15th of December, 15th of November. Oh, Brandon, what happened? Nice. Pocket 8s for Dimitri.
Absolute monster.
Absolute monster indeed. Hopefully something in the big blind for JJ, we'll see.
Yep. Time is of the essence for us. I think we're on a bit of a ticking time bomb here, but we will do our best to give you the full coverage. Queen 10 suited. Hello.
That'll do. That's a hand. Definitely going to be in the mix.
Seems almost too good to 3-bet.
Yeah, we don't want to 3-bet fold this one.
Too weak to, yeah, exactly.
So I think he's going to just end up peeling.
Yeah. 800k big blind by the looks of things.
We'll take a Queen 10-8.
Okay. 1 diamond.
Yeah, probably going to be peeling. 2 overs, backdoor flush draw.
For sure. Probably going to see quite a large size from Dimitri, I'd imagine. Wanting to get the money in whilst he knows his 8s are very likely the best hand.
Goes for like a half pot by the looks of it. 2-0.
Yeah, a bit half pottington.
Seems fine.
No problem with that.
Could do anything really on this
Yeah.
pot.
Don't think you want to go
bigger
small,
size.
really.
No, I prefer a bigger size half pot. Oh, yeah. Yeah, don't hate just folding. I think it's a little bit tight with 2 clean overs and a backdoor flush draw.
Yeah.
I mean, easy for us to say they're clean, but I think generally it's going to be clean.
But heads up.
Yeah.
90% of the time they are clean. So. Just electing to fold there. I'm sure if he had like 10-9 that would have had a backdoor straight draw as well, he would have continued. But
I guess so.
All up in the air.
Everybody's dancing in the moonlight.
7-4. Connected enough heads up. Just want to be, I guess, limping this one.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what JJ's decided as a general strategy.
Yeah.
But it's a very nitty fold, that. I know it seems like, oh, it's not very tight at all, but you're in position, heads up, and you're getting a discount. Like
yeah,
you're in
and the hand's somewhat connected.
And the hand's connected, yeah. It's unlikely you're going to get ISO'd much out of position, and when you do, you've got an easy fold, but you just have to play your buttons super wide because they're the pots where you have the biggest edge. Being in position is just such a huge edge.
Yeah.
That you've got to be in there.
The big blind for 100 just naturally is going to be very high in position, and out of position is going to be
much
struggling.
So Jacob's still ahead, 14 big blind lead. So we see one cooler. Still over 40 big blinds deep though, but that's not that much in heads up. I mean, you can get it in with 5s against ace-10 suited, so. King 4 off in the big blinds. This is a great candidate for a free bet at this stack depth. 40 big blinds, you got a great blocker. Unblocking a bunch of folds. The 4 not super relevant, but the hand has. You often have the best hand, but you don't. It's not super playable post flop out of position. You have great blockers to the 4-bet jamming range and the top of their range. You just really benefit from taking it down pre. It's kind of like a weird. In some ways, it's like a value bet. Because King High is just going to be the best hand so often, but yeah, you just really want to take it down pre, which he does. Very nice.
Yeah, I like
great
this.
play.
Executed nicely there, and a great combo selection as well. Good to see. I think he looks like he's done a bit of work actually over the last time since I've played with him. He's definitely been there and was the most prominent player on the 8-handed FT.
King 7 off, easy open. Very, well, pretty strong hand there on the button.
it's just going to be a c-bet and take it here for Jacob. Massive.
That king of spades is lovely quality to bet the flop.
Yep.
Just gives you so many options, especially on an ace-10. Any jack, any queen. You can unload on any spade. You're going to have a lot more ace-x than your opponent as well. Just takes it down nicely there.
Ace-king for Dimitri on the button. Again, hoping we run into a cooler of some kind. 5-4 suited, so this is going to be an easy defend.
Yep. Not going to want to 3-bet this kind of hand. Does peel. And just about as good as it gets for Dimitro there. King high, rainbow board.
Some backdoors for Jacob, so he might decide to continue in some form here. Quite a good combo to go for a check raise.
Yeah, because you're just going to get such a wide range. Like Dimitro's going to be opening with stuff like Jack 3 suited.
Yeah,
just going to bet all of it on the flop, and he does come in for the check call.
Sorry?
And turn queen, not ideal.
Being relocated.
Just moving the setup, so we will be back with you shortly. We're being kicked out of where we've got the fastest internet at the moment. Going to be about 2 minutes, guys. Be right back. And welcome back. Sorry about that. Just being moved quickly. So an 11 million pot being taken down, by Dimitro there with the top pair, and let's just see. Stacks look like they've evened up somewhat. Any of you still with us? Says 38 are watching. I know it's been a late night, and for many of you, your friends that have been involved in the final table may have busted out, so let us know what you're up to, who you're rooting for. Both friends of mine, JJ and Dimitro, play a lot of live PLO cash games with Dimitro in the past, not so much recently, but he's been playing, I think, focusing on Hold'em by the looks of things. And JJ is a strong PLO player as well, and of course a good online tournament player. 5s for Dimitro on the button. Going to be opening it up. Looks like we've hit the 1 million big blind mark as well. Goes for a 2.5x, which is a little bit unconventional, but still not going to be folding a suited hand as JJ here heads up. Oh wow, what a brutal flop. This could be a nightmare if JJ turns a diamond, a 10 or a deuce. Dimitro just flopping the absolute gin. A set heads up is just the absolute mega nuts. And he even manages to find his opponent with a pair as well, and still going to have lots of bluffs here. He's going to have hands like 6-7 suited, 8-7 suited that are just completely dead versus JJ's 10, so no reason for JJ to be going anywhere. And he's going to call the turn as well on this bricky card. Dimitro can still have hands like Queen 9, Jack 9, Queen Jack. He kind of picked up some equity as well on the turn with hands like I mentioned on the flop, like 6-7, 6-4. He's going to just bet his entire range on this flop, and he's in an unbelievable situation to find not only a set, but his opponent has a piece of the board.
Ooh,
so
this is a nice time to tune in.
Absolutely.
I was just chatting to the manager here. He was very curious about Banco, asking me all sorts of questions. He's like, "Oh, I should check it out." No, but he seemed like there was maybe a potential for it. He wanted to know who we were and the name of the page and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, I think he was more interested about the games actually. Perhaps he wanted to play, but so yeah, what we got here is second pair for Jacob. He's cooling him down so far, which is completely fine. I mean, he's unblocking all of the draws. Oh, and a Rivers 2 pair. This could be it.
This is
probably the end of the tournament.
Yeah, Jacob has 1 million more, but
depends on Dimitri's sizing here.
Yeah, or is Jacob actually going to lead the river and then get jammed on, and then he's going to have to call? But
yeah, that's one thing. Nice. It does look like he's going for the lead,
which I would as well, actually, because
I think it's hard for us to bluff bluffs here, and I'd like to allow Dimitri to just continue bluffing. When he barrels the turn like this, and we block the second pairs, it means he's very polarized really to kind of top pair or better or bluffs. Yeah. So I think either way, checking is going to be the play, because
you're not worried that someone who plays like 9 max, 6 max all the time is going to check back a hand like King 7 on the river?
Potentially, but Dimitri doesn't really strike me as that kind of person, actually. I think from what I've seen of him playing full ring, and as it's got shorter handed, I think he has shown quite a good understanding in a lot of spots. So I think he's probably going to make the adjustment to just value bet all of his top pairs live, especially when he's not gone for an insanely big size flop or turn. You know, he's kept it quite small. It's just going to allow him to value bet wider on the river.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So it seems like he understands, but yeah, Jacob realizes he's not in the greatest spot ever here. Can't see him folding this one though, to be honest. It's very, very, very hard and all borderline.
Do you think Dimitro would shove King Queen or Ace King for value?
I think Ace King.
Yeah.
Although he has led. Oh, he's led for massive on the river, 14 million.
Yeah.
Basically a min raise all in.
God, this is the most underbluff spot of all time.
Yeah, it really is.
He knows that he's not against a bluff now, so he's just got to work out, can he beat value?
Yeah.
Has he got aces? Has he got Ace King?
5-3 suited.
Yeah. Although that lead does look like he's improved somehow on the deuce, right? So it's like it's really tough in Jakob's spot now to work out what the hell he can beat. Obviously, he sees the deuce on the river and he's like, yes, I'm ahead of all the King X now. I'm just going to bomb it and like lock up the call. Gets jammed on and he's thinking, well, what the hell is going on here?
I found myself on here.
Yeah. Is it aces? Is it Ace King?
Very, very, very tough to fold 2 pair heads up though.
Yeah.
If you're ever going to do it, this is the spot. Doesn't look like a man bluffing.
No. He's just a very good, competent type player.
Yeah.
Is Dimitro. Yeah, exactly. Solid is the word. I think tight can be misconstrued sometimes, but there's nothing wrong with playing tight if that's your strategy.
No, but the thing is, he has shown, like, as is the norm for poker around the globe, he is just showing up with value on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jacob's going for a
this
quick
is
cry.
Just brutal. Yeah, why the hell did I lead so big, and why have I got jammed on, and how does he have a better hand than me? I'm blocking King 10, I'm blocking 10-10, I'm blocking 10-5
King
suited.
Deuce, 5 deuce.
King Deuce, 5 deuce, exactly. 5 deuce probably not going to arrive like this, but definitely King Deuce. King Deuce, King 10, 10-10, he's blocking all of them, so he's just thinking, what the hell can he have? Has he got like some sort of Ace 4 that he's like c-bet the flop with his entire range, turned to gutter, bet that, and now he's river to straight. 6-4 suited is a hand that Dimitri could definitely have. Turned an open-ender and rivered the nuts. And just a world of pain here for JJ. Really difficult to fold when you've got 2 pair heads up, but I think if there's ever a spot to get away from it, it's this. Grab the bag, nice one. Whilst JJ laments over this decision, I'm just going to take a quick toilet break.
Not yet.
JJ still in a world of pain here, improving to just about the best hand he can hope for with 10 deuce of diamonds, but being given the bad news. Quite a quick shove as well from Dimitro in position. Oh, and he makes the call.
Makes the call,
and
shown
the bad news, and he's down to less than one big blind.
Yeah,
the jacket's going on. I don't think they realise that actually Jakub covers him at this stage. And I mean, it's a bit harsh to call it a mistake, but it's very tough to think of a hand that you're going to be beating there. You're just praying for ace king or aces basically, and I'm not even sure that Dimitri would have shoved those. But again, really tough to.
Yeah, tough to fold two pair heads up.
Tough to fold two pair heads up there.
If there was a spot, that was the one.
Oh, looks like they're
covered. So they must have had an error with the graphics.
Must have had an error with the graphics, because it looks like they've done the count, and Dimitro Shubin is the champion of the Hendonmob Championship, taking home 36,000 euros and change.
Huge score for a 250 euro buy-in.
Massive score.
Deserved as well. I think he played very, very solid at the final table.
He played great.
Yeah, so I'm happy to see that either of them would have been a good champion. But
yeah, really like the way he approaches the game. He's got a full-time job. He plays recreationally, but he puts his heart and soul into the poker. He's there most nights, grinding cash game tables. And he's taken to tournaments like a duck to water.
Buzzing.
He is absolutely stoked. That's a lot of money.
It is for 250 euro buy. I mean, for any kind of buy.
He told me he built a house in the Ukraine for 25k. So
built it out.
Yeah.
Wow. So he's buy another 1.5.
So
now.
literally, he's just won another 1.5 houses with that score, and very well done. Fist pumping at home. That's what we like to see. The raw emotion.
Good
kept
games,
himself together.
Very well played indeed.
Absolutely. And some tears of joy there as well. You just love to see it. That means a lot, and it's great to see that at the mid to low stakes level, because this is really life-changing money. You can do a lot of stuff with
Staring at that trophy.
Oof.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done, Dimitro. Very well played, sir.
Very well played indeed. Great score. They're going to be hanging around for the photo now, but I think that's probably going to do it for us.
Yeah, that's us. We can get off to bed. It's 3:10 in the morning here in Cyprus, and a very big thank you, I should say, for joining us. And we're going to be back next week for the Banco Casino Masters. Signing off, George Sanford here, and
Leo Worthington-Lees. Thank you for joining us.
Cheers, guys. All the best.